Par l'honorable député d'Argentin et la Petite Nation.
Monsieur le Président. Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, on this International Women's Day, we continue to be inspired by all women who shows us what it means to be strong, brave, and courageous, especially in the face of diverse adversity. Today, let us acknowledge what these women around the world have taught us, fighting for what's right and never giving up. From the bravery of the Iranian women in schoolgirls poisoned, to the resilience of the Ukrainian and Canadian women in armed forces, to the women's achievements in engineering, science, innovation, and other sectors. As we continue to remember these brave women, today I also want to thank the women working in healthcare, especially personal support care, and our frontline workers. During the Prime Minister's visit to CEDU Healthcare in Richmond Hill 2 weeks ago, we heard heartbreaking, fascinating, encouraging, and inspiring stories about the resilience and compassion of our PSW workers. They love their job, and the happiness they see in the face of the people they care for makes them even more passionate about their job. Mr. Speaker, today and every day, we celebrate our women, their courage and bravery, their compassion and kindness. Happy International Women's Day, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Before we go to the next SO31, I just want to remind everyone that SO31s are taking place, and if you're talking amongst yourself, please just leave the chamber, because, I mean, each and every one of us is not talking loud, but if we're talking, it's drowning out the message, and we want to all hear what the message is. The honourable member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we remember the life of Shelley Gregg. We say a loving farewell to a devoted wife, mother, grandmother, and a friend who cared so deeply for those around her. Shelley knew how much it meant to give back to her community, always stepping up to volunteer. She gave back in many ways, but it was the Chocolate Cure fundraising initiative that certainly stood out. Her incredible work over 15 years raised millions of dollars for the Saskatoon Cancer Centre to purchase equipment that helped shorten the wait times. Shelley was a humble, fearless, and inspiring leader. Her efforts and ideas have touched not just those who were fortunate to meet her, but also the patients and the families who were able to access better cancer care because of her volunteer work. To husband Jim, sons Brett and Eric, and extended families, our deepest condolences.
The honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, today is International Women's Day. I'm proud to be part of a government that has made and continues to make meaningful strides towards gender equality each and every day. A government which has legislated pay equity, which has adopted Canada's first ever federal 2S LGBTQI+ action plan, which has introduced a national childcare framework, which continues to work with survivors to end the national tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and which ensures a gender-based lens is applied on everything that we do. Mr. Speaker, we've come so far in the fight for gender equality, but we can't stop here. Today and every day, we raise awareness against bias. We acknowledge women making a difference in the world, big and small, and we remind ourselves and those around us that all women, from all ages, all walks of life, have a place in every aspect of our country. Every woman counts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, on this International Women's Day, we must repeat an unfortunate truth. The rights of women can never be taken for granted. We must remain vigilant. In many regions of the world, we are seeing gender apartheid, for example, in Iran and Afghanistan, and cultural differences do not make this any less serious. Even in the United States, the right to abortion has been reduced, and we must not take for granted that we may be immune from this in Quebec and Canada. The best protection against this type of thing is to see many women to politically engage and stand up for their rights. But we also have to unreservedly support the principles that protect women's rights by remembering that across the world, secularism is a good thing for women, all women. Women have the right to be everywhere, and the fight to promote and protect their rights is constant. It must be the combat of all of us every day. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, today, International Women's Day, I would like to take a moment to recognize the woman who has shared my life for 29 years. Thank you for being who you are and to allow me to be the best man I can be. For me, International Women's Day is 365 days a year, and that is why I would like to underscore the work of nurses, teachers, mechanics, politicians, hockey players, policewomen, engineers, and all women who help shape our daily lives. Despite the progress made, gender equity remains a collective objective. As Gloria Steinem said so well, the human race is like a bird with two wings, and if one wing is broken, no one can fly. Please join me and tell the women in your life about the positive impact they have on yours. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
On International Women's Day, Canadians across the country come together to celebrate incredible women who build this country and who have built it over the centuries. Whether it's fighting for civil rights like Viola Desmond or leading Canada to gold medal glory like Christine Sinclair, women have played an essential role in crafting our story. I think also of lesser known, but equally important, people like Tracy McDonald in Nova Scotia, who dropped out of high school, but then returned and succeeded and now dedicates her life to helping similarly disadvantaged women. I think of the mother who had me, the mother who adopted me, the wife that agreed, for some reason we don't understand, to marry me, and of course the daughter that makes my life so much worth living. Every day, in every way, there is more work to be done to improve equality and opportunity for women. But today is an opportunity for all of us to thank the women in our lives who built our country and all around the world for whom we must fight to advance opportunity and equality. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in the House today to acknowledge Hamilton's Glendale Secondary School on its designation as a language-friendly school. The Language Friendly School Network has 23 members around the world, and Glendale Secondary School is the first secondary school in Canada and North America to receive this title. More than 40 languages are spoken by the student body at Glendale, and a team of teachers, administrators, and student leaders have made it their mission to ensure the school is linguistically and culturally welcoming. On February 21st, International Mother Language Day, a language-friendly flag was raised in front of the school. Congratulations to Joanna Duong, Language-Friendly Student Ambassador, Marjorie Hewitt, Head of ESL, David Schroeder, school principal, and all the staff and students at my alma mater, Glendale Secondary School, for your efforts to build understanding and connection through multilingualism. Go Bears!
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Every woman counts. On this International Women's Day, I'd like to have the women in my life be counted. I stand where I am today because of women role models and male allies. My Erin Mills Women's Council's strong leadership towards women's empowerment and tackling our most pressing social issues daily. My mother, my bebe, whose support has provided me the opportunities and tools to succeed in giving back to my community. My BFF, Rima Zuberi, who is always keeping it real. Today, I reinforce my commitment to work even harder to ensure that women have the opportunity to achieve their full potential and that everyone benefits from empowering women and empowered women. Mr. Speaker, here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, may we raise them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Today, the world comes together in celebration of International Women's Day. On this day, we recognize the social, economic, and political achievements of women. It also marks a call to action for accelerating women's equality. This past year has had a disproportionate impact on women, including an increase on domestic violence and sexual assaults, insecurity in the job place, and challenges of work-life balance for mothers, daughters, sisters, and caregivers. We continue to voice our concerns for those women whose voices have been shut down, intimidated, and silenced. Vulnerable women and girls who've been sexually exploited and trafficked, victims of abuse and crime. We fight for equality and freedom of speech for those protesting in Iran, and we stand in solidarity with the women in Afghanistan. We remind women and young girls today and every day that their dream is within reach and they are able to make a difference in this world. Happy International Women's Day.
The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy International Women's Day. I'm very excited that the Young Women in Leadership program, which I started in 2017, is officially back in person. This program offers young women and gender non-conforming youth in Halton an opportunity to job shadow in a local business, agency, organization, or government. The program will take place at the end of May, and our youth applications are open as of today until March 29th. This program also inspired Camp Molly, developed by Chief Monique Belair, to inspire young women to choose the fire service. Visit my website or social media to learn more about how to apply to this empowering program. And if you're listening, please share the news with a young woman in Halton who is between the ages of 15 and 25 and curious about what their future might look like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Zendagi Azadi, woman, life, freedom. This is the call we hear around the world as brave Iranian women dedicate their lives to fighting for freedom, for human rights, and for equality. The revolution itself started by the actions of Jina Mahsa Amini, one brave woman in Iran, and that is the definition of extraordinary heroism. Yeah. Since then, it's been carried out by women around the world, undeterred by the mullahs of Iran's ruthless regimes, threats of torture, imprisonment, and death. After 6 months, the revolution's heart beats strong. And on International Women's Day, we are reminded of the immense courage of the countless women who have committed themselves to causes like the revolution and causes like freedom and liberty across the globe. We are reminded that strong, passionate, dedicated women can and will change the world. That's right. So may we know them, may we raise them, may we be them.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, in communist countries like China and North Korea, the government determines what online media content you can see and what you can't see. The government determines what content is suitable for the country. Well, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has brought forward C11, which will allow Cabinet to tell the CRTC what the criteria for acceptable content is and will allow them to use algorithms to either allow the content to be seen by Canadians or bury it. The Senate tried to bring amendments to exclude your individual content from being censored, but the Liberal government has said they'll refuse to accept these amendments. Mr. Speaker, Canada is not yet a communist country, and Conservatives want to ensure that Canada remains the freest nation on earth. So in order to do that, we need to kill Bill C11.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we are celebrating International Women's Day, and we have made progress, as witnessed by the over 100 women seated in this chamber today. Women across the world stand in solidarity, linked by a deep sense of gratitude and recognition for the courageous people who have affronted adversity for our rights. Today, we can be proud of living in a country that has allowed women to work and look after their families, put in place policies such as childcare, helped lift women out of poverty, and invested in shelters for women who are fleeing violence. According to World Bank, some 2.4 billion women who of working age do not have economic equality of opportunity. And this is also a question of dignity and opportunity. We must be vigilant in our world and national movements that try to threaten women's rights. We need to preserve what has been obtained for women, and that is what I wish for International Women's Day today. Thank you. I'd like to draw everyone's attention to be silent. Thank you.
Today is International Women's Day. As people struggle with the high cost of living, the poverty rate for single moms is the highest amongst all family types. The Vancouver School Food Network and Coalition for Healthy School Food are calling on the Liberal government for a funded national school food program in Budget 2023. Rising food costs and greedflation has put an enormous strain for families, and too often, children go to school hungry. The NDP's Bill 2 C212 would help families who are stretched to the max and having trouble putting food on the table. The Liberals ran on a promise of investing $1 billion over 5 years for a national school nutrition meal program. But empty promises won't fill empty stomachs. I'm calling for a national school food program in Budget 2023. I'm also calling for a guaranteed basic livable income, a low-income CERB and CRB amnesty, and the refund of clawbacks from Canada Child Benefit recipients. Let's end poverty and bring food security to all families and their children.
The Honourable Member for Métis Matane La Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, today on International Women's Day, I would like to honor the memory of a woman who marked the social and cultural landscape of my region. Elsie Refford was a rare philanthropist, recognized for her civil engagement. She is one of the founders of the Women's Canadian Club of Montreal, the first women's club in Canada, which contributed to free speech for women in the early 1900s. Born into a bourgeois family in Montreal, she became a world-class horticulturist and founded the Métis Gardens, which is our source of pride in our region and is internationally recognized as horticultural work that is unprecedented. Her book, Elsie Refford, 150 Objects of Passion, was launched on March 8th, and it tells her story that is so fascinating. Mr. Speaker, there is still much to be done, but to Elsie Refford and all women who have paved the way for our emancipation, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned about foreign interference into Canadian elections. But instead of accepting the proposal from all opposition MPs for a public inquiry, the Liberals are offering a secret process at our secret committee with secret hearings, secret evidence, and secret conclusions, all controlled by the Prime Minister. He is focused on protecting himself and not our democratic institutions. And yesterday, at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, the Liberals filibustered for hours and then didn't even show up to the committee meeting, all to prevent the Liberal Chief of Staff from testifying under oath. Canadians deserve to know what this Prime Minister knew, when he knew about it, and why he chose to keep it from the public. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve answers, a public inquiry, or better yet, a new Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
On this International Women's Day, I would like to pay tribute to Women of Dignity International, a Canadian non-for-profit organization with a mission to empower women, youth, and families. Its 3,100 members can be found across Canada, with the majority located in Ontario. It has received numerous awards for its grassroots community support and development. The organization established a presence in Kitchener a mere 2 years ago and has since grown to 104 members, an example of the tremendous work it is accomplishing in improving lives by reducing poverty among low-income families, shelters, and homeless persons in community living. Through various outreaches in training, sports, food bank, women empowerment skills, youth development, and many others, this organization is making a real difference in the lives of so many. I wish to thank the Women of Dignity International for their contribution, dedication, and service in enriching our community and communities all across Canada.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister said repeatedly that he had no knowledge of funds from the dictatorship in Beijing going to federal election candidates. Today we learned that is not true. His department prepared a briefing that said a large clandestine transfer of funds earmarked for the federal election from the PRC in Toronto was transferred to an elected provincial government official via a staff member of a 2019 federal candidate. Why did the Prime Minister say the opposite of what he knew to be true?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the issue of foreign interference in our democracies and our institutions is extraordinarily serious, and that's why, as a government, we have always taken it incredibly seriously, including by building and creating new mechanisms to oversee and to ensure that we can counter that interference and demonstrate to Canadians that they can have confidence in their institutions. But on the specific question, as both myself and the NSIA stated last fall, we have no information on any federal candidates receiving money from China, and that continues to remain the case.
Hear, hear. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, that is impossible, because not only did his own department prepare a briefing for him, which said that candidates had received funds, so did his own security committee, which said, and I'm quoting now from Global News, Global News also learned of an earlier high-level warning about clandestine funding of China's preferred candidates that came from a bipartisan panel of parliamentarians 2 months before the 2019 election. That so-called bipartisan panel is the Prime Minister's secret committee. They report to him. He knew. Why did he say the opposite of what he knew?
Yeah. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as I said last fall, as the National Security and Intelligence Advisor stated, we have no information on federal candidates receiving money from China. That continues to be the case. In regards to the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to correct the honourable member and highlight that committee actually publishes reports to Parliament and to the public. That is something that is very, very clear. It's a committee of parliamentarians that get top secret clearance so they can look at everything our intelligence committees do and then report back to our Parliament.
Hear, hear. Well, Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the Prime Minister stated another falsehood. He said it reports to public. Many of its findings are not reported to public. And second, Section 21 of the Act that creates that committee states that its reports go to the Prime Minister. They have to go to the Prime Minister. and he is the one that decides what becomes public thereafter. Therefore, he knew when that committee reported that candidates received money directed by the dictatorship in Beijing, and yet he has been and continues to say exactly the opposite. Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians can now go to the Library of Parliament or go online and see reports from the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians that were released publicly to them. The National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, which the previous Conservative government opposed as an oversight body, actually allows parliamentarians to attain those top secret clearance levels to look into everything our intelligence agencies do and report back to Parliament, to me, to Canadians on how that's working.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Section 21 of the Act that creates that secret committee says, and I quote, each year the committee must submit to the Prime Minister a report of the reviews it conducted during the preceding years. In other words, he did receive the report. He should stop playing word games. Nobody needs to go to the library. What we need to do is get to the truth. The Prime Minister knew that his own security committee said Beijing had directed funds to candidates in preceding elections, and yet he continues to say exactly the opposite. Is he saying that the committee is lying?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to clear up the confusion around what the committee reports. Yes, the committee reports to me and to the government, but it also reports to parliamentarians and shares those reports. So this is the way many committees function in our government and will continue to. In regards to the issue of whether federal candidates received money from China, as I've stated many times, we have no information on that.
Leader of the Opposition.
We all agree the Prime Minister has seen the report. Well, this is what Global News says of the report. Global News has learned of an earlier high-level warning about clandestine funding of China's preferred candidates that came from a bipartisan panel of parliamentarians 2 months before the 2019 election. China gave money to its preferred candidates. The Prime Minister admits that the committee reported to him on this fact. Why does he continue to state the diametric opposite of the truth in his answers in this House of Commons?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all understand how important it is that Canadians can have both confidence in our government's ability to counter foreign interference and confidence in the transparency and openness with which that happens. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, beyond the partisan to and fro that we necessarily see in this House, it is important to create an independent, unimpeachable special rapporteur who is going to be able to oversee the entire landscape around national security to make sure that the committees are doing their work, that the various bodies keep Canada safe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's not just up to the NDP to protect our election system or the Bloc Québécois or the Conservatives, and clearly not the Liberals. It's all of us who are responsible for protecting our system. The Prime Minister seems to not understand that the integrity of our democracy is threatened. We should all feel involved in finding a solution. All the parties are asking for a public and independent public inquiry. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to implement that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, I am not refusing to implement that review. I know that Canadians need to be able to trust our democracy and our electoral system. And that is why I will be asking a special rapporteur to be appointed so that they can reassure Canadians outside of party lines that everything is being done right, and also to issue recommendations if necessary. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, whatever the Prime Minister says, the electoral system doesn't belong to him and his party. This is not a liberal issue. This is a democratic issue. No one should have any doubt about the fact that everyone in this House has been elected legitimately without interference or trickery. And that means that we can't have secret meetings and special rapporteurs chosen by the Prime Minister. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to create a public and independent inquiry, which is what everyone is asking for? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the majority of what my...
J'ai vu qu'il applaudissait assez le Premier ministre que je vais le...
Well, the Prime Minister got so much applause that I'm going to let him start over. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we all agree about the fact that it's crucial to protect our electoral system and its institutions beyond partisanship. And that is why we will be choosing an independent figure to ensure that the mechanisms brought forward are right. Yes, we've heard from some experts who said that an inquiry is the right thing to do, but others have said that it's not the best way to move forward. And so as far as I'm concerned, I think that letting an independent special rapporteur, an expert, decide on this, I think that's the right decision for all of us. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Every day, Canadians' confidence in our electoral system is being eroded. Recent reports indicate that at least 2 times the Prime Minister was advised that Chinese government officials transferred money to Canadian political candidates. This is serious, and Canadians start to wonder why it seems like the Prime Minister is hiding something. So why does the Prime Minister just launch a public inquiry and answer all those questions and give confidence to Canadians in our democracy?
Here, here. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy, first of all, to repeat that we have no information on federal candidates receiving money from China. But at the same time, Canadians are concerned about these various reports and allegations because there is ongoing attempts at interference by China and other countries, which is why we are putting forward an independent expert to look at the entire landscape around foreign interference and the tools we have and make a determination about how we can not just ensure that everything's being done to protect Canadians and democracy, but give Canadians confidence that everything will continue to be done.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Seems like the Minister is more interested in protecting himself than protecting the electoral system. Parce que chaque jour, on a des nouvelles.
Every day, we are finding out more and more allegations of foreign interference. It's undermining the confidence of the public. People are wondering why this secrecy. So why won't the Prime Minister launch a public inquiry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, some experts are saying that we need a public inquiry and that it could find answers, but other very credible experts are also saying that a public inquiry would not be able to find the answers that will help Canadians regain trust. We know that Canadians need to trust that the right mechanisms are put in place, and that's why we're asking an independent expert to look into the situation and to bring forward the right mechanisms, whether it be a public inquiry, a legal process, or something else.
Global News reported 3 weeks before Canada's 2019 federal election, national security officials allegedly gave an urgent classified briefing to senior aides from the Prime Minister's office, warning them that one of their candidates was part of a, quote, Chinese foreign interference network, end quote. Can the Prime Minister tell us who that candidate was?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians well know that issues around national security are extremely important to be able to deal with, including to be able to be dealt with by elected officials and parliamentarians. This was a point of significant disagreement between the previous Harper government and our party in opposition, which is why we committed to creating a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, where parliamentarians from all parties would receive top secret clearances and be allowed to dig into everything national security agencies are doing. And that's exactly what we have allowed for.
Leader of the Opposition.
Has CSIS warned the Prime Minister, his staff, his party, or anyone else that any member of his current caucus or cabinet may be part of a foreign interference network? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as all members in this House well know, our intelligence agencies and officials work very hard every single day to keep Canadians, including Canadians of all different backgrounds, including all parliamentarians, safe from the impacts of foreign interference. Their work is carefully scrutinized by a number of oversight bodies, including NCIRA and NSICOP, that allow parliamentarians and experts to ensure that CSIS and other intelligence agencies are doing everything necessary to keep Canadians and our institutions safe.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Has CSIS warned the Prime Minister, his staff, members of his party, that members of his caucus or cabinet are part of a foreign interference network? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Canadians well know that issues of national security and foreign interference can often be highly sensitive, which is why we have created bodies like NSICOP and NCIRA and other mechanisms to oversee the important and top secret work that our intelligence agencies do, to make sure that they're doing everything necessary to protect Canadians, to make sure that governments are held accountable for acting on information they could have received from our intelligence agencies. These are processes that we have put in place since 2015 that we will continue to work with.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we well know that issues of national security can be highly challenging to discuss as parliamentarians in the open floor of the House of Commons, which is why, over the objections of the former minister in the Harper government that objected to the creation of a National Security and Intelligence Oversight Committee, who's now the Leader of the Opposition, we went ahead and created a body that allows members of Parliament to get cleared to top secret levels so they can look into this question and all questions in a way that doesn't compromise national security.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, issues around national security have deep implications for the safety and well-being of Canadians and those who serve to keep Canadians safe, sometimes in extraordinarily dangerous positions here and around the world. That's why we've created bodies that allow parliamentarians to get that top secret clearance so they can look directly at everything is done without putting at risk the brave women and men who serve this country to keep all Canadians safe.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
CSIS warned the Prime Minister's office 3 weeks before the 2019 election there was at least one candidate it identified as implicated in a foreign interference network. Is that member in the Prime Minister's caucus or cabinet, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have created formal processes where parliamentarians from all parties, including from that member's own party, can get top secret clearances to look into matters impacting on national security and the safety of Canadians without putting at risk the women and men who serve in our intelligence communities here in Canada and around the world to be able to continue to do their jobs of keeping Canadians safe. And I know no one in this House wants to put anyone who serves this country at risk.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, at a press conference on Monday, the Prime Minister listed the measures he's taken against foreign interference. In 2017, the National Security Committee of Parliamentarians. In 2018, legislation on elections financing. In 2019, a plan to protect democracy and a working group on threats to democracy. That's a list of everything that hasn't worked. We can all see that it didn't work. And now, the Prime Minister should listen to the opposition. What is he waiting for? To create a public and independent inquiry. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what I'm waiting for is for the special rapporteur, an independent expert who will be responsible and nonpartisan. I am waiting for them to evaluate our current measures and see what else we might have to do in order to not only ensure that the government does everything it can to protect our democracy and institutions, but also to ensure that Canadians can trust that everything is being done to protect our democracy, our elections, and our institutions. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Prime Minister wants to sweep this matter under the rug. We know that he doesn't want to talk about it anymore and that he wants to move on. But it's not that simple. And we need more than a secret committee and a special rapporteur who answers to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of the public's trust in our electoral system. Trifling with that is a very bad idea. I would invite the Prime Minister to listen to the opposition. Will he create a public and independent inquiry into foreign interference in our elections? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague, her remarks are a bit troubling. She is suggesting that an independent expert is less equipped to protect our democracy than the opposition parties. We do not believe that any party is in a better position than another to protect the integrity of our institutions. And Canadians want us to depend on nonpartisan experts to make recommendations to ensure that everything is being done so that people can trust our processes.
Leader of the Opposition.
Which staff members in the Prime Minister's office did CSIS brief that there was a Liberal candidate implicated in a foreign interference network? Their names.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've addressed a number of questions, a number of answers along the lines of national security, but I do want to point out another issue that I know is preoccupying for Canadians. Just recently, Conservative Party MPs knowingly dined with a far-right German politician. Mr. Speaker, Christine Anderson and her party's far-right, xenophobic, anti-science, pro-Putin views are well known. His carefully crafted condemnation that neither he nor his MPs will repeat publicly just won't cut it. It's time he gave Canadians real answers and apologized.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister's office was briefed 3 weeks before the 2019 election about a candidate that was implicated in a foreign interference network. Which members of the Prime Minister's staff were present for that briefing? Their names, please.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that as a Parliament, that as parliamentary committees, that as a government, and that as Canadians, we look into the issue of foreign interference. It's why at Parliamentary Committee, the Ministers of Democratic Institutions and Foreign Affairs are scheduled to appear tomorrow. PROC has heard from Elections Canada, from the Director of CSIS, from the Chief of the CSE, the Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Deputy Minister of International Trade. And to quote the member from Carleton, for hundreds of years, the principle of ministerial accountability has been paramount in the House and in committee. We agree.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, if he believes that he should be responsible, then he should answer the question. Which members of his staff were briefed by CSIS that one of his candidates was implicated in a foreign interference ring? And was Katie Telford, his Chief of Staff, among those briefed? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canadians can well see that there are important partisan and political considerations overlaying all these exchanges in the House, which is why Canadians want us to be able to step back as a country and say what actually happened, who actually was doing their job to protect against foreign interference, and was everyone doing the right things. That's why pulling forward an independent expert to oversee the work that is being done to ensure that everything that needed to be done was done properly, and that is continued to be done is going to be important, and that's what we're proposing.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, on International Women's Day, we must recognize that Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people experience higher levels of violence. They are murdered and go missing at disproportionate rates. But after 8 years, the Liberals have barely implemented any of the calls for justice from the MMIWG-2S report. Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people deserve better. My colleague from Winnipeg Centre has urged the government to create a red dress alert to save countless lives. Will the Prime Minister do it?
Yes. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this International Women's Day and every day, our hearts are with survivors and families of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people. Addressing this ongoing violence requires living up to our goals as a country and all the calls for justice. We're taking a whole-of-government approach, supported by an over $2 billion investment in concrete measures to keep people safe and $4 billion investment to support Indigenous housing needs. We know there is more to be done, and we will continue to do it urgently.
Right. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, as we mark International Women's Day, we must address the ever-increasing coordinated and dangerous campaigns of hate targeting trans women across Canada and abroad for being who they are. Several hundred Canadian organizations and civil society groups are declaring that gender equity cannot exist without uplifting, celebrating, and supporting trans women. Will the Prime Minister hear their call for action and include trans people and trans women in the upcoming National Action Plan to combat hate?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we know that even as we celebrate International Women's Day today, trans women in particular are facing extraordinarily dangerous degrees of hate and of violent acts. That's why we continue to reinforce that everyone has the right to live free from violence. Since 2015, we've taken real action to end gender-based violence in our communities by developing our first federal strategy to prevent gender-based violence and making historic investments to prevent and end gender-based violence. We know we have much more to do, including to protect trans women, and we will do that.
Honourable Member for Vancouver, Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, on Internet Day, we celebrate the contributions, achievements, and leadership of women and girls in my constituency and around the world. But we can't forget that the fight for gender equality must also be driven by men and boys. Access to abortion is an issue that impacts us all, and we know how important access to reproductive health, this reproductive health service is. Can the Prime Minister tell this House what the government is doing to ensure that everyone has the right to make decisions about their own bodies?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Vancouver-Granville for his question, his hard work, and his advocacy. Here in Canada, universal access to abortion is guaranteed and protected under the Canada Health Act. But we know that in Canada, there are still those, even in this House, who would like to resurface the debate on the right to abortion. This cannot be ignored, and we must remain vigilant. We will, on this side of the House, always unequivocally stand up for women's fundamental right to choose.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Les services de renseignement ont averti.
Intelligence Services advised the Prime Minister's office during the 2019 campaign that at least one Liberal candidate was involved in a foreign interference network. Is that candidate now part of the Prime Minister's caucus or cabinet? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, like myself and the National Security Representative declared, we have no evidence that anyone has received money from China, and that is still the case. The Leader of the Opposition. I'll repeat my question. 3 weeks before the 2019 election, Intelligence Services advised the Prime Minister's office that one of its candidates was involved in a foreign interference network. Are there members or ministers in the Prime Minister's entourage who were involved in that network? According to our intelligence services, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I've already answered that question many times, but I know that there's other important issues that the Canadians have for the opposition leader. Members of the Conservative Party had dinner with a member from the German extreme right. Extreme right opinions, anti-science, xenophobic, and pro-Putin from Christian Anderson and those of her party are well known. Neither. The fact that he and his members won't repeat those opinions is not enough. They should apologize.
For the opposition.
Obviously, members of the Prime Minister's cabinet were present for the warning given by Canadian Intelligence Services to his office regarding one of the candidates involved in the interference network. Was Katie Telford aware of that, yes or no? And didn't she inform the Prime Minister, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that Canadians have a lot of questions about this. That's why we proposed some mechanisms to allow independent experts to make sure that everything's being done, that everything was done to protect our institutions and our elections from foreign interference. That obviously includes work at parliamentary committee. That's why the Minister for Democratic Institution and the Minister for Foreign Affairs will appear at committee tomorrow. Proc has heard from representatives of Elections Canada, the Director of CSIS, the Leader of the CSE, the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member of the Honour Leader of the Opposition. Why did he prevent their studies, and why is he preventing a motion demanding that his Chief of Staff testify? Katie Telford was informed of what the intelligence services had to say about interference in our electoral system. Will the Prime Minister be transparent and allow Katie Telford to testify before Parliamentary Committee, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's been well established as an important responsibility that we have ministerial responsibility. We are always pleased to participate in the work of committees, including sending the Minister for Democratic Institutions and the Minister for Foreign Affairs tomorrow to committee. I want to emphasize what was said. For hundreds of years, ministerial responsibility has been a primordial principle for the House of Commons and committees. Mr. Speaker, the member for Carleton said that, and we agree with what he said many years ago. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Then why doesn't he take responsibility? He's been aware of foreign interference in our electoral system since 2013.
Interrupt. There's no points of order.
There is no translation.
Okay, that's a valid point of order. We want to check out to make sure that there is some translation going on.
Yeah, on Zoom, there's no interpretation.
Is there none? If I can just pause for a second. Okay. It seems that with the Zoom, there is no translation taking place. So what we'll do is we'll just take a small pause. We'll figure out what the technical issue is, and then we'll go from there. as an update, in case any of you are wondering, one of the major computers has had to be rebooted, so it's going to take a few minutes. I ask for your patience, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Alors nous allons essayer voir si la...
We're going to try and see if translation is working. Is it working? Can you hear me in English? Perfect.
is fixed, the computer is plugged back in. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Aujourd'hui, on apprend qu'une...
Today, we found out that a briefing was prepared by the Prime Minister's Office for the Prime Minister revealing a transfer of funds for the 2019 federal elections. Is the Prime Minister aware that the money came from Beijing, from an authoritarian government, and was sent to leaders or local riding association leaders? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, like myself and the National Security Advisor declared last fall, we have no information on federal candidates having received money from China. That's still the case today. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, according to Global News, the Prime Minister's office was informed in 2019 and 2022 about Chinese election interference. Nothing was disclosed. The information was hidden. Either the Prime Minister ignored it, which is a very dangerous oversight, or he was not informed directly, which is dangerously irresponsible on the part of his entourage. The Prime Minister's solution today? Mandate a secret committee. A secret committee. More secrets. Why does the Prime Minister refuse to set up a public and independent commission of inquiry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians need to trust their institutions and the integrity of our elections and democracy. That's why we're going to choose an independent expert to look at all foreign interference in Canada and ensure that the measures we've set up since 2015 are doing what they are supposed to, but also to determine if we need a public inquiry or if we need other mechanisms to ensure that everything is being done and to give Canadians their confidence.
Go.
The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, another solution from the Prime Minister is to designate a special rapporteur. The only special rapporteur I know is our leader's golden retriever. What is needed is not a special rapporteur. It's a commissioner, appointed with the agreement of all parties in this House and heading a public and independent inquiry on foreign interference in elections. Why is the Prime Minister insistently refusing a public and independent inquiry? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we trust experts. And I think everyone has heard that there are experts saying we need a public inquiry and an independent public inquiry. And others say a public inquiry won't be able to look into everything required to reassure Canadians about their institutions. What we're going to do is ask an independent, impartial expert to look into the best way to make sure that Canadians can have trust in what's being done. The Leader of the Opposition.
If any parties, leadership campaigns, electoral district associations, that is to say, parties and their local arms, received money directed by Beijing. Now, he used a very tiny technical term called candidate, which only applies to a limited scenario 30 days before an election. He refuses to answer about whether his party or any other received money directed by the communist dictatorship in Beijing. That we can assume that the answer, therefore, is yes. How much did his party and other parts of his party get from the communist dictatorship?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on matters of national security, It's extremely important that we continue to give Canadians confidence that our experts and our officials are doing their job, but it's also important to protect the women and men who serve in our security agencies doing extremely dangerous work to keep Canadians safe. That's why we've created a committee where all parliamentarians from different parties can get top secrets clearance and look into these matters deeply without compromising the safety of people who serve this country.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's not interested in protecting the safety of the people serving this country. He's interested in protecting the Liberal Party of Canada. The question was how much his party got in illegal donations funneled from Beijing. I've asked the question twice now. He refuses to answer it. He distracts and now claims that he can't tell it because it would harm national security. Give me a break. It would harm his political career. Why doesn't he tell us how much the Liberal Party or its various arms received in money from Beijing? How much?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate and despicable that any member in this House would question the loyalty to Canada of any other member in this House. I understand the very real concerns that Canadians feel about foreign interference, and that's why we've created mechanisms to keep Canadians safe. But to suggest that anyone in this House isn't devoted to serving Canadians and keeping those who serve Canada in dangerous positions safe is quite disgusting.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, no drama lesson will distract from the question that I asked. The question was very clear. How much did the Liberal Party get in donations directed from Beijing? I've asked it multiple times. I find it incredible that he can't stand up and answer with a zero. I mean, if he knows for sure it didn't happen, if he's not been briefed to the contrary, he would say so right now. But he's dodging the question. He's trying to engage in a dramatic distraction. So I will give him one more chance. Answer the question. How much money did his party get from the dictatorship in Beijing? How much?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I see the Leader of the Opposition trying to backtrack from his heinous and disgusting accusations of disloyalty to Canada of anyone in this House. And I'm pleased to see him back off from what was an absolutely despicable partisan approach. But it does go to the point that Canadians need to have confidence that the answers that they are seeking on foreign interference and on the integrity of our democratic institutions are being dealt with by experts. Now, there's two ways of doing that. One is by making sure that partisans and politicians of all parties get classified briefings on that, which the NSICOP does, and the other is to make sure independent experts.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, as we salute and celebrate the contribution of women and girls to our communities today, there's clearly a long way to go to achieve full gender equality. There's been a recent increase in anti-feminist and violent attitudes. This is dangerous and has serious impacts on our communities. Can the Prime Minister enlighten us as to where he stands on these issues that continue to hold back our women and girls who have so much to contribute? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure my colleague for London West that on this side of the House, we will never accept anti-feminist rhetoric that is violent and dangerous and minimizes the contribution of women and girls to our society. Supporting women's rights is more than just words in this House. It has to be supported by real action, like fighting violence online and in our communities, encouraging full participation of all women and girls in our society, and condemning the use of sexist and misogynic tags on YouTube publications.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue that affects the lives of everyday people. Canadians of Chinese descent have been targeted for abuse in their own country, including right under the nose of the Prime Minister. There have been police stations set up by a foreign government in our country. He's done absolutely nothing about it. We need to know why it is he's done nothing about it. Can he tell us how many diplomats from the Chinese embassy and consulate has he expelled since learning about these police stations? How many?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the selective partisan memory of the Leader of the Opposition is quite openly on display right now. It was just a few months ago where they were criticizing me for standing up directly to President Xi Jinping as I talked about the impacts of foreign interference in our government, in our country. I will continue to ensure that we're holding to account anyone who engages in illegal actions in Canada, including in foreign interference. We have never hesitated to take action where and when necessary, and we will continue to.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He won't answer how many diplomats he's kicked out because the answer is zero. Even as they open police stations in our country, he won't answer that question. He won't answer whether there are members of his existing cabinet and caucus who've been implicated in foreign interference. He won't answer whether his staff has been briefed about that interference. He won't answer even whether his party received illegal money directly from the foreign dictatorship in Beijing. He won't answer any of these questions, which is exactly why we need an independent inquiry that can compel his testimony. Will he call it now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the excessive partisanship we're seeing and this issue that is extremely serious and extremely important to Canadians is exactly why we have chosen to appoint an independent expert to make the determination on how we can best reassure Canadians and ensure that our government and our institutions are doing everything to protect our democracy. That is exactly what we are doing. And we have seen experts say a public inquiry is necessary. We've seen other experts say it wouldn't get to the truth. That's why an independent expert will make that determination.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's blocking a public inquiry which would compel him to give answers. His members are blocking an investigation here at Parliament. He won't answer questions on the floor of the House of Commons. He's even got a bill that would allow him to censor the internet. It's almost as if he admires the basic Chinese communist dictatorship. Will he tell us, does he still admire the basic Chinese communist dictatorship as he so profusely said he did several years ago? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're clearly seeing once again that the Leader of the Opposition is simply not serious in his approach in reassuring Canadians about institutions, about our democracy, about the integrity of our elections. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing significant and serious steps and mechanisms to make sure that independently and with expert advice, the right answers are being sought and the right answers are being shared with Canadians. That is not our answers. Those are not their answers. It is answers determined by independent panels of experts tasked with protecting our democracy.
Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, we know that unaffordable childcare has long been a barrier in enabling women's full participation in our workforce. Women should not have to choose between starting a family or a career. On this International Women's Day, can the Prime Minister inform this House of the progress made with the provinces and territories in making childcare more affordable for the constituents of Scarborough Agincourt and for all Canadians?
Mr.
Speaker, I thank the member for Scarborough Agincourt for her question and her incredibly hard work. Women should not have to choose between starting a family or a career. In the Canada-wide agreements, provinces and territories committed to creating a combined total of over 275,000 childcare spaces by March 31st, 2026, and to date the creation of over 50,000 new spaces has been announced. When accessible and affordable childcare stops being a barrier, everyone in our society benefits. That's why we continue to move forward towards $10 a day childcare for everyone across this country.
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Monsieur le Président, la modernisation de la loi.
Mr. Speaker, modernization of the Official Languages Act should be a historic moment. It's our chance to support French in this country and minority language communities. Despite the fact that it's their own bill, the Liberals are in chaos. They're taking contradictory positions, and several MPs are threatening to vote against C-13. Where's the Liberals' vision? French is in decline in Quebec and throughout Canada. We must take action instead of playing political games on the backs of communities. Can the Prime Minister reassure us that his caucus will vote in favour of C-13? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're extremely proud of the work that our team did on C-13 to protect language minorities throughout the country. We will always be there to protect official language minorities all throughout Canada. That's why we're going to continue to move forward and highlight that it's important in passing to stand up against the preventative use of the notwithstanding clause, an issue which this member was not as strong on as communities might have liked. We will always defend language minorities throughout the country.
Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, foreign operatives have interfered in Canada's electoral system and our democracy. Media and CSIS documents have indicated that members of the Liberal Party and caucus were involved. Money and instant on-demand supporters were used to get pro-China candidates elected and anti-China ones defeated. Cabinet and the PMO were well briefed on the extent of foreign interference, yet nothing was done. Why is the Prime Minister eager to turn a blind eye to shady Liberal nominations, sketchy donations, and having pro-Beijing MPs in his own caucus? Will his personally selected special rapporteur also be investigating the Liberal Party?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Canadians
From the top. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightly extremely concerned about foreign interference into our institutions, our elections, and our democracy. That is why we are putting forward an independent top expert who will look at the entire landscape of interference and make sure that we're doing everything necessary and give Canadians confidence that the right processes have been followed, will be followed, and Canadians can continue to have confidence in their democracy and in the people they elect.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. I want to thank everyone for their patience at the technical difficulties and for behaving exceptionally well today. I'll leave the exceptionally out. Before we continue, I would like to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery. Before we go to the point of order, just let me read this, and then we'll come to the point of order after. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of Ms. Nusrat Ghani, Minister of State at the Department of Business and Trade for the United Kingdom. We have a point of order for the Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is International Women's Day, and as the member from Scarborough Agincourt asked her question of the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister was responding, the member from South Shore St. Margaret yelled at the member from Scarborough Agincourt, she deserves a participation medal. Mr. Speaker, undermining the presence of women in this House, especially on this day, is absolutely abhorrent. Mr. Speaker, every woman has fought to be in this place, and every woman deserves to be in this place, and I ask the member to retract that comment.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret is getting up.
I will withdraw the comment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Middlesex London, or Essex Middlesex London.
It's going to be very, very simple. We have all fought hard to be here, regardless of your gender. We have all fought hard, the majority of us, I should say, and please don't heckle at me. But I'm listening to this, and you know, it's very dishonoring. It goes both ways, and I would like to say on International Women's Day, let's be respectful to all. Thank you very much.
Okay, on a point of order, the Honourable Minister. Point of order, please refer to the point that you...
Seats held in this House are by women.
That's debate.
We're not there yet.
Okay. It being 3:25 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of... If I can have your attention, please. Hello? Order. Thank you. It being 3:26 now, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-224 under private members' business. Call in the members. The question is the following one. Mrs. Romanado, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moved that Bill C-224, an act to establish a national framework for the prevention and treatment of cancers linked to firefighting, be now read a third time and do pass. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
Start with the sponsor of the item.
We will now proceed to members participating in person.
At my right, in favor of the motion, please rise. Sixth row.
Madame Mende.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Fifth row.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Vuong.
Mr. Vaughn.
Fourth row.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mrs. May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dugood.
Mr. Dugood.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Zerowicz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Madame Bendayen.
Madame Bendayen.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Row on my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Miss Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet Jonca.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame Hughes.
Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Green.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormadanga, South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
First row on my left.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallam.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
V, sixth row. Fifth row. Quatrième rangée. Troisième rangée. Second row. Première rangée. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row. Cinquième rangée. Quatrième rangée. Third row. Second row. Première rangée. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Brassard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For my friends and firefighter colleagues who've been killed by job-related cancer, I support this bill.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Just shows everybody in the chamber can actually get along. It's awesome. Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-232 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. McGinty, seconded by Ms. Latanzio, moves that Bill C-232, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed with the vote. Yeah, no, let's get that. Okay. We'll now proceed to the members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez. Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamiltonese, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamiltonese, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
So let's do the real fifth row this time.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Monsieur
Third row.
Monsieur Cormier.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur El.
All those in the second row.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
All those in the first row at my right.
Mr. Sajan.
Sajan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Fitzpatrick.
Madame Fitzpatrick.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Fogg, Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Morans.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Green.
Mr.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Nelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormadunga, South Glengarry.
Miss Finlay.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Back to Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
In the first row at my left.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Alan.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, in the fifth row, fourth, third, second, and first. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, in the fifth, the fourth, the third, the second, and the first. Now, the House will wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. I think we're okay. Awesome. Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 321, 321. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading, stage of Bill C-295 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Iacono, moved that Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. The honourable member for... There we go.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
We'll now proceed to the sponsor of the item.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Fry, yeas pour.
Now, we will proceed to the members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepfner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald, Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sorbara.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Vuong.
Mr. Vong.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Sachs.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Ramonado.
Mr. Ramonado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangare.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row at my right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guibault.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Hutchings.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassi.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Madame Pittspa-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Cirillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
And the fifth row at my left.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Correction, Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
In the fourth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thierry.
Third row on my left.
Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Johns.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Barron.
All those in the first row.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Alan.
Miss Doncho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. Cinquième rang.
Fifth row.
Quatrième.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. And first row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison.
Once the proceedings resume, I will invite members who encounter technical difficulties to identify themselves if they use the raise hand function.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 321, 321. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
This bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Thank you, sir.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology concerning the extension of time to consider Bill C-244.
Question is as follows. That the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, extension of time pursuant to Standing Order 97.1, to consider Bill C-244, an act to amend the Copyright Act, diagnosis, maintenance, and repair, presented on Tuesday, March 7th, 2023, be concurred in. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Serry.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbera.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Collins Hamilton Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Miss Hepfner.
Miss Hepfner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Collins Victoria.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 322, 322. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 50 minutes. Est-ce que je peux avoir votre attention, s'il vous plaît?
Your attention, please.
Order. I believe the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount has some news for us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, for allowing me to address you today. Je me lève aujourd'hui.
I rise today to inform you that after reflection and after looking to the future, I have decided to withdraw from my role as MP for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to address you one last time after over 14 years as a Member of Parliament. These were 14 years that were magnificent, 7 years in opposition and 7 in government, and I understand that many of you might have preferred that I spend more time in opposition, but please realize that I have very fond memories of my 7 years, and they're just as fond memories as in my last 7 years. I consider myself to have been extraordinarily privileged to have worked in the Parliament of Canada, to have served my fellow citizens, Montreal residents, Quebecers, and Canadians as best I could, both in my riding and in this august chamber. And I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for having allowed me to serve Canada as a member of his cabinet.
I'm a by-the-book kind of guy. I have always respected the rules of this House and always obeyed its protocols. And for that reason, I would never dream of pointing out that my family has joined me today for my final speech. It would be wrong of me to point out that my wife Pam, my daughter Simone, her husband Oscar, my granddaughter Ella, and my sons Adrian and George are in the gallery, so I won't do it. But, Mr. Speaker, you know that those who work in this House and have families know all too well that political life is demanding on those families. So my first thank you goes to my loved ones. Thank you for allowing me to engage in politics for more than 17 years. Thank you. À mes commettants, pardonnez-moi si je vous quitte avant d'avoir complété tout mon.
I'd like to apologize to my constituents for leaving before the end of my full term. I had the privilege to become the chair of the Indigenous Affairs Committee and more recently the vice chair on Medical Assistance in Dying Committee. I am very proud of the work of both of those committees. Last fall, I promised my family that I would leave political life after tabling the final report on medical assistance in dying in the House, which I did on February 15th. Completing that task was of great importance to me.
You know better than most that every member of Parliament is supported by a dedicated staff. We could not otherwise do our job, so I want to thank my staff, beginning with those who have worked in my constituency office in Montreal. Your constant presence gave me peace of mind knowing that you were always there. You reached out to the community to let them know that you would be there to serve them. You took thousands of calls from citizens seeking our help. Most of those calls were polite, although on occasion some were not quite so nice. On a few occasions, there were even threatening calls and people forcing their way into our office, something that doesn't happen in most jobs. So thank you for your calm under pressure. I simply could not have done it without you.
Yeah.
Merci également à ceux qui ont assuré le.
I'd also like to thank those that ensured that my office on the Hill ran smoothly. You arranged things so that I was available for as many meetings as possible, that I was always on time for the House of Commons, and that I was able to effectively chair my two committees. Your comments on my performance in the House, whether good or not so good, were always appreciated. Thank you. To my departmental staff at Transport and Foreign Affairs, I have only one word to describe you: incredible. You were always there for me, ensuring that I was up to date on my files, that I was ready for question period, ready for media scrums, and ready for my appearances before parliamentary committees, while giving me a few moments to breathe. Thank you for your loyalty and for your service to our country, even when I sometimes made your task difficult. I'd also like to thank my many parliamentary secretaries. For those who do not know, the work of a parliamentary secretary is extremely demanding. You need to know about every file. That said, you have always represented me very strongly. Thank you for your conscientious work and devotion.
Yes, thank you to the media for doing your job, especially those of you who took the time to do the necessary research and cover all perspectives on the issues at hand. I may not have been your easiest customer, but most of you were fair with me, and we also got to know each other, and you have my respect. Furthermore, allow me to thank the parliamentary staff that makes this House of Commons work so seamlessly and efficiently. You are incredibly professional in everything that you do. From the pages who assist us to those who keep the building spotless and make sure that we are fed when we are on duty, to those tasked with our security who put our safety ahead of their own, all the way up to the clerk of the House. I am still in awe of those who can call out the names of every member in this House during votes. You all deserve our gratitude and admiration. As you may know, I first ran in 2006 and was unsuccessful. I ran again in 2008 and was elected. So allow me to make a point about all those who run in elections. You never lose when you run for office. You're doing something that I consider to be both noble and that requires courage. You are expressing your views on current affairs and are exposing yourself to criticism. Few people would deny that. So no matter the outcome, you never lose in such circumstances. Democracy is always well served. J'aimerais aussi rendre hommage.
I'd also like to pay tribute to all of the civil servants that I had the pleasure to work with for 6 years as a minister. I'd like to thank you for your excellent work and your loyalty to the values of our public service. I've sometimes thought that the easiest job in governing is to decide what to do, and the most difficult part is to actually implement what was decided. I know this because for most of my professional career, I was one of those who needed to implement the decisions made by my superiors. That responsibility falls onto the shoulders of our civil servants, and I think that they always do their best, even when we ask too much of them. Let us be more aware that we need to give them the time and resources that they require when they're implementing the decisions we make.
My fellow caucus members, thank you for your friendship. Thank you for expressing your thoughts and feelings to me over issues that were of concern to you. I'm not the most demonstrative person in the world, but I did take it all in, and I truly believe that through our exchanges, I became a better MP and a better minister. I also want to thank you for allowing me to express my views and for listening to them respectfully, even when you didn't agree with them. And to those sitting across from me, I want to say that I enjoyed the thrust and parry in this chamber. I've always viewed you not as enemies, but as adversaries, and there is a difference. I know that every single one of you comes here wanting to make Canada a better place. We might have different views about how to do it, and that's fine, but when it all is said and done, there's much more that unites us than divides us. Yeah. Although I tried not to be too partisan, if I could avoid it, Hansard will probably make a liar of me, having preserved moments where I too failed at this, particularly in the early days of my political career. That said, I do believe I did get better over time, and all that to say to my colleagues in opposition, I enjoyed the exchanges with you, even though I was on occasion on the losing end. And although I may not have shown it often, I have watched all of you, some of you for a very long time, and I like you, and I respect you, because I know what the job of MP involves. Before I finish, let me issue a challenge to everyone in this chamber. Arrive each day in this House with the firm intention of showing respect for your colleagues and for this extraordinary place. Be dignified. Remind yourself when your emotions run high, as they do for all of us, that those emotions need to be channeled in a positive way, whether you're supporting something or criticizing it. Vous savez tous que nous sommes capables de nous comporter.
You all know that we are able to behave with dignity. We all know that we're able to criticize without yelling. We all know that we like to be listened to when we ask a question or give the answer. And God knows that the Speaker of this House reminds us often enough.
Is to find your better angels and put away the anger and false indignation. Criticize by all means, but do it with respect and maybe even wit. Make Canadians proud of this House and the people in it. En terminant, je m'adresse aux plus jeunes.
In conclusion, I would like to speak to the youngest generation of Canadians on a note of optimism. Although Canada is facing many challenges, we live in an exceptional country, one that is prosperous, safe, and diverse. It is wonderful to live in Canada. Let's be proud of it. Let us protect it. Its specificity and the institutions that help it run, like this Parliament.
In this world, but I'd like to think that I always did my best to try to make it better. And although my gaze will remain on the future, as it always has, I hope that you, the young people of this country, will fashion that future and protect our democracy. Now it's time for me to go. It's been an honor serving my country alongside all of you. Thank you and farewell.
I believe the Right Honourable Prime Minister is rising on a point of order as well, or something to say.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On vient d'entendre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just heard an excellent speech from the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount, who will be leaving this House after sitting for 14 years as an MP, as chair of the Quebec Liberal Caucus, and as Minister of Transport or Minister of Foreign Affairs. He has always been there to serve Canadians. I think everyone here will agree that it's an exploit to spend 14 years as an active politician, and we all know that it's not always easy for families. He has been there for all of us, and now he will be there even more for his family. Thank you for lending him to us for so many good years. I'd also like to thank the honourable member for his hard work, his loyalty, and his passion throughout his many careers, because politics is far from being the only contribution that our colleague and friend made to this country.
Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount devoted his life to serving Canadians. Before entering politics, he served a distinguished career as a naval officer, retiring a captain. In 1984, he became the first Canadian in space when he flew aboard the U.S. Space Shuttle Challenger, captivating the hearts and imaginations of Canadians who could now see themselves through him in the outer reaches of the final frontier. He went on to further flights and then kept alive the dreams of other Canadians hoping to explore space in his leadership of the Canadian Space Agency. Mr. Speaker, throughout his career, the Member of Parliament for NDG Westmount stayed true to his values. He always led from the heart, including in his most recent work steering the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying as its House Joint Chair. We will miss him as a colleague and as a friend here in this House. Just like he said in his remarks, and as he demonstrated throughout his long career, he always viewed colleagues across the aisle not as enemies, but as worthy adversaries. When he says that we should all respect one another, no matter our differences and our point of view, I know he means it. And even in his last act here in this House, with a deeply moving parting words to this House, he continues to push us, as he always pushed himself, to do our very best in the very best of ways to serve Canadians. Monsieur le Président, le député de NDG West.
Mr. Speaker, the member is a man of principle. He's a person who's always recognized the importance of service to our country. That's why he's always granted so much importance to education, to give youth the tools they need in order to serve and succeed. As first Canadian astronaut to go into space, he inspired generations of young Canadians by showing that it was always possible to go higher, to go further. He showed us it was possible to achieve all of our dreams. As a politician, he showed us every day that we could do great things while keeping both feet firmly planted on the ground. We wish him the best possible future. Thank you, dear friend.
L'honorable député de Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charbot-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please allow me to look towards the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount. 39 years ago, when I was 14 years old, I was fascinated by the naval officer who was the first Quebecer, the first Canadian to become an astronaut. In 1981, Columbia started. I drew it at school, and 3 years later, we had a Quebecer who became an astronaut. The mission STS-41G in 1984, the Challenger after STS in 1967, Andover 1996, and STS-97 Andover in 2000, which brought the member for Notre-Dame de Grâce to the space station. Those are moments that are significant for the member's military career and career as an astronaut. Those shaped the image I have of the member. He fascinated a generation of young people of our generation who believed that they had a model, who had a vision that we could become astronauts. At the time, it was the Americans and the Russians. We didn't think it could happen, but yet we have someone here who proved that it was possible. On the political side, at one point, the space shuttle landed on the dark side of the moon. Our astronaut became a Liberal MP, but we'll forgive him for that, Mr. Speaker. Because over the last 15 years, I must admit that this man has been a great Canadian, always respectful, as he demonstrated when in opposition. He never had anything negative to say. He's always been a gentleman, an excellent politician, but for me, also a great Canadian who has marked our history. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We found out this morning that the Liberal member for Notre-Dame de Grâce, Westmount, is leaving his office as of today. We listened to his speech, which caused a great deal of emotion and reflection, because he's leaving political life. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to thank the member for nearly 15 years of public service on behalf of the citizens of Notre-Dame de Grâce de Westmount. He was Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Transport, which are important positions. Beyond partisan lines, beyond agreements or disagreements, 15 years in a political career is an achievement that deserves recognition and respect from all. And as my colleague said earlier, it demonstrates both nobility and courage. We wish the member happy years with his family and loved ones and the best of success in his future projects, because the member for Notre-Dame de Grâce Westmount is used to challenges. Impossible not to emphasize that his commitment preceded his entry into politics. He had an impressive career. He served in the Navy, which deserves respect in and of itself. He's the first Canadian to go to space, but for many people back home, we remember him as the first Quebecer to go into space 3 times, not just once. Well before politics, he's one of those men. He made Quebecers proud and allowed them to dream bigger, to dream further. It's our duty to remember. Astronaut. That's a very select club, even more select than being a member of the House of Commons or even a minister. That said, Mr. Speaker, the member is seated before us, and the Bloc Québécois respects his intelligence to the point that we can tell him that we understand that he felt the duty to bring forward what his citizens had to say in his writing about language, which is a sensitive issue. French is in peril in Quebec, and if French is in peril, it's our national identity that is as well. And so we hope over the following weeks, the following months, following years, far from the political arena, he may be part of our future. He represents those who achieved science, who dreamed of exploration. Quebec's life depends on the vitality of its language. I thank the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a singular achievement, what the member from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount has achieved. We've had speeches from the Prime Minister, from the member from Charlebourg, Côte-Saint-Charles, Manicouagan, and myself now on behalf of the NDP caucus. You have sensed, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the member himself has sensed the tremendous respect and affection that we have for him. A singular achievement. After 14 years, every single member of this House loves the member from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount. Et quelle contribution, Monsieur le Président.
And what a contribution when we look at his career. He served our country in a military capacity. He was the first Canadian astronaut to go into space. He worked hard as a minister and was an extraordinary MP. He set an example many times. In all the aspects of his life, he's made a contribution to our House, but also, above all, he made a contribution to Canada. And that is an enormous contribution.
I think that's in all of our minds. How could he be, after 14 years in the House of Commons, look exactly the same, as young as he did when he entered? Now, rumor has it, Mr. Speaker, that one day in space is equal to 1 month on the Earth. And I think ultimately that is the secret, that after 14 years, he looks as young as he does. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also know the point of view that he has offered in this House. He talked about respect. I'll come back to that in a moment. But above all, his wisdom. And I think that comes from having perceived our small planet from space and to understand that the differences that we have sometimes amongst each other is a very small thing in relation to the importance of our country and of our planet. Puis c'est ça ultimement qu'il...
And ultimately, that's what he leaves to our chamber. A gentleman. The member for Haute-Saint-Charles just said that he was a gentleman. But above all, he showed respect to all members in the House. Everyone here, in fact. And that's the challenge that he raised earlier. We have to act more like Mr. Garneau, or I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, the member for Notre-Dame-de-Westmount showed that example to us every day. That's what sends a message. With all the work that he has done with us as a parliamentarian, we have to show respect to everyone here every single day. And that's something that he did throughout his entire career. From the NDP caucus, on behalf of our leader, the member for Burnaby South, and I want to offer our most sincere congratulations for his retirement. We wish him a great retirement. We want to thank his family and his staff for their service by supporting the member for Notre-Dame-de-Westmount, which allowed him to participate in the chamber, but also to contribute, as he did, to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to add my voice to those of my colleagues in recognizing the enormous contribution of the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce Westmount. Thank you. Merci à mon cher collègue.
Thank you to my dear colleague, The member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Westmount.
I've had the great honor, I couldn't believe it really. I mean, all of us Canadians have had in our minds this extraordinary human being as a Canadian hero. And then I get to become his friend. I was elected in 2011, and the honorable member was the House leader for what was then the third party in this place. And such kindness and generosity he always showed me. I was the only member of the Green Party at the time. Of course, our caucus has madly expanded since then. But, well, it's doubled, exactly. So, but I asked for his help time and time again, and he never held back. I have to say that it's been an amazing experience to be friends, and I mean, the honorable member for Burnaby has made the point really clearly that everybody here loves this particular member of Parliament. And it's a shock to know that he won't be sitting there when we come back after the next few times back in our ridings, and that his departure is so sudden and so unexpected. Il va nous manquer beaucoup.
We're going to miss him a lot. Every member who had the honor of working with him will miss him.
Locally in English, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. But this is the only person in this place who is a rocket scientist and has figured many things out. And I hope we will all live up to his parting words. The Prime Minister mentioned in his last act, the speech here, which put me in mind of another phrase. This member is a class act. He never showed disrespect to anyone in this place. He was never anything less than honorable and thorough in his work and fully dedicated to Quebec and to Canada and to this planet. And in that, I want to say how very grateful I am for all of his kindness, being willing to help the occasional effort of this member and to try to put things right in this place for democracy, for Canada, and for the planet. And, Mr. Speaker, there really aren't words to say how much I will miss this member. Thank you for the chance for adding my words.
Traditionally, the Speaker does not refer to different members or individual members, but I must say that when the honourable member came to see me yesterday and gave me the bad news, or the good news for him and his family, I guess, I just thought back on the number of years we served together, and it really is going to leave. And I remember one time we were sitting somewhere over here, and he had just gotten elected. I was sitting in the same area, and his comment was, "You never miss a chance to pick at the low-lying fruit." Mr. Member of Parliament, you have been out of this world. And you're leaving a big black hole in this Parliament with your departure. And I don't think I can say much more than that, but thank you for all your years of service. It's wonderful both to Parliament and to the country. Merci beaucoup. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni, Mr. Health. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap, Seniors. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon, Carbon Pricing. I had to get that in before 5 o'clock, and you just made it. There we go. I'll hand this over to my deputy, and you can take it from there.
Daily routine of business, les affaires courantes ordinaires, tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, présentation de rapports de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 25th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in relation to the motion adopted by the committee on Thursday, March 2nd, 2023, regarding the study on foreign election interference. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I just also want to give a shout out to the member who I've had the honour of sitting beside, the member from Notre Dame de Grace, Westmount. He truly is a class act, and just for everybody paying attention, PROC will be meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that report. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Scarpileggia, seconded by Mr. Kellaway, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Strategy Respecting Flood and Drought Forecasting. The motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a bill to address a problem that has caused severe environmental damage across different parts of this country, as well as created enormous financial loss for individuals, insurance companies, and governments at all levels. I'm talking about flooding and drought and the need to take advantage of the latest technological advances and opportunities to ensure that Canada has at its disposal the most accurate flood and drought prediction systems in the world. My bill is calling on the government to create a national flood and drought forecasting strategy in cooperation with the provinces, Indigenous communities, and other relevant stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Scarpileggia, appuyé par Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Scarpileggia, seconded by Mr. Kellaway, moved that this bill be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. The introduction of private members' bills. Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, seconded by Mrs. Gray, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, Adoptive and Intended Parents. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The arrival of a new child is a precious time for all parents, Mr. Speaker. And our system of parental leave benefits provides critical financial support to parents while they can care for them. Adoptive and intended parents are, however, at a disadvantage under the current parental benefit system. All families, Mr. Speaker, are deserving of equal access to parental leave benefits. So it is an honor to introduce my bill, An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, Adoptive and Intended Parents. And I want to thank my colleague, the member for Kelowna Lake Country, for her support and seconding my bill today. Through a new 15-week EI for adoptive and intended parents, this bill will ensure greater parity in the parental benefits landscape. It also acknowledges, Mr. Speaker, the unique needs and complexities of attachment for adopted families. Time is truly a precious commodity. I hope that all members of this House will afford adoptive parents and intended parents the time that they deserve with their child. Thank you.
Mrs. Falk, seconded by Mrs. Gray, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Présentation de rapport.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mrs. Desbiens, asks to table a bill, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to table in this House a bill to improve the financial health of seniors. This bill has two parts. The first is to eliminate discrimination currently in place based on age, because we ask that all seniors receive the increase in old age security of 10% starting at age 65, not only 75 and up. And then there would be a higher threshold for those seniors who continue to work. With those two measures that would increase work income for seniors, we want them to better be able to face inflation. That's a least of things to allow seniors to live in dignity.
Madame Larouche.
Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mrs. Desbiens, moves that this be read a first time and printed. This is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il une deuxième?
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
And introduction to private members' bills. Mr. Carey, seconded by Mr. Darty, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Disclosure of Information to Victims. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to start off by thanking my colleague from Caribou St. George for seconding this important bill, and also how wonderful it is to see him. And it's great to have him back in the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very short bill, but it makes a lot of difference. It was inspired by a constituent of mine. Her name is Lisa Freeman, and she lost her father to an axe murder in 1991. And I thought when I spoke to this bill, I would use her words. So she wrote me a little note, and I'd like to read it into the record. Mr. Speaker, the significance of this bill is twofold: to better meet the needs of victims of crime by providing them with timely and accurate information upon sentencing of an offender, thus avoiding the false comfort of misleading parole eligibility dates. Very often, families just like mine can be caught off guard when they are notified that an offender is eligible for forms of parole well before the 25-year mark of a sentence is reached. This bill will serve to educate the public to the reality of what life in prison with no parole for 25 years means in real time. Victims of crime and their families face many challenges when dealing with the justice system, and with the movement of this bill, not only does it provide transparency, but a stronger voice for victims of crime. I look forward to debating it in the House and passing. Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Carey, seconded by Mr. Doherty, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising because people in my riding of Victoria are drawing attention to the fact that the overdose crisis and toxic drug supply is one of the most deadly public health emergencies of our lifetime. With over 20 deaths per day, they are calling on the government to declare the overdose crisis a national public health emergency and take immediate steps to end overdose deaths, including working with provinces and territories to create a pan-Canadian action plan, ensuring that plan considers reforms that other countries have used, such as legal regulation of drugs, safe supply, decriminalization, and changes to flawed drug policy and policing. They call on the government to ensure this emergency is taken seriously with adequately funded programming and supports. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of 93 constituents from the Yukon in support of just transition legislation to address the climate emergency. This petition contains a number of specific policy recommendations to help us achieve the goals of transitioning to a green, equitable, and inclusive economy with a substantial reduction in global emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and as always, it's an honor to be able to rise in this place and draw to the attention of, in this case specifically, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada to the following. that the Supreme Court of Canada in R. the Bissonnette struck down Section 745.51 of the Criminal Code, which allowed parole ineligibility periods to be applied consecutively for mass murderers. As a result, a killer and some of Canada's most heinous mass murderers will have their parole ineligibility period reduced, now being eligible to apply for parole after only 25 years. Bissonnette, among other examples, is an unjust decision putting the interests of some of Canada's worst criminals ahead of the rights of their victims. Recurring parole hearings can re-traumatize the families and victims of mass murderers, and the Government of Canada has tools at its disposal to respond to instances like this, including invoking the notwithstanding clause. Therefore, these petitioners from Alberta and across Canada urge the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada to invoke the notwithstanding clause to override this unjust court decision.
Présentation de pétition. Presenting the petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this House to present a petition by concerned Canadians who want to see the end of first-past-the-post voting. But they very specifically, in this petition, call on this place to consider the single transferable vote as the favored approach to bringing in proportional representation. They point out that it's a riding-centric proportional system, that it could be seen as a compromise between those who want a preferential vote, those who want to see a riding-centric vote, those who want to make sure that we have in this country at last a fair voting system. They point out that under single transferable vote, voters would be represented by someone from a local multi-winner riding, and that they would be able to then hear their views represented at a national and a local level. There is a great deal of detail to this petition, Mr. Speaker, so in an attempt to summarize it briefly, underscoring the petitioners call for the implementation of a single transferable vote with multi-winner ridings would have between 3 and 7 members each, and there'd be single winner ridings for areas such as the Territories and Labrador, and they also wish to use a weighted inclusive Gregory method for the transfer of surplus votes. It is a detailed, thoughtful petition, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to present it.
Presentation of petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to present a petition on behalf of over 17,000 Canadians who are demanding both economic justice and ensuring that profiteering in the grocery sector is truly held to account. Whereas, Mr. Speaker, Loblaws currently owns a grocery store within 10 kilometers of 90% of all Canadians. Loblaws has posted record profits while Canadians struggle to eat. Loblaws has also monopolized basic necessities that Canadians rely on. Loblaws introduced a price freeze. However, it failed to live up to that promise. The price of food is rising in Canada, and more Canadians are relying on food banks to get their food for their family. And finally, Loblaws is in the middle of a pandemic, cut their pandemic pay for the workers. Therefore, the undersigned 17,000 Canadians are asking for, 1, an open investigation, a parliamentary investigation into Loblaws for their pandemic profiteering, greedflation, and continued price gouging by Canadians, and 2, open an investigation into the monopolization of Canadian grocery stores and to create legislation to prevent this from occurring again. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétition. No. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And notices of motion for production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices for motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi.
Government orders from the Commons. Study of a Senate motion related to Bill C-11, online streaming.
Mrs. Saintonge, Madame Saintonge for Monsieur Rodriguez, seconded by Monsieur Guilbeault, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that in relation to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and make related and consequential amendments to other acts, the House agrees with amendments 1A2, 1B, 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D1, 2E, 4, 5, 7B1, 8, 9A, 10, and 12 made by the Senate. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 1AI1 because the amendment does not refer to broadcasting undertakings that compromise components of the broadcasting system, which may cause interpretive issues in application of the Act. Respectfully disagrees with Amendments 2DII because the amendment seeks to legislate matters in the broadcasting system that are beyond the policy intent of the bill, the purpose of which is to include online undertakings for all transmission or retransmission of programs over the internet in the broadcasting system.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 3 because this would affect the Governor and Council's ability to publicly consult on and issue a policy direction to the CRTC to appropriately scope the regulation of social media services with respect to their distribution of commercial programs, as well as prevent the broadcasting system from adapting to technological changes over time. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 6 because it could limit the CRTC's ability to impose conditions respecting the proportion of programs to be broadcast that are devoted to specific genres, both for online undertakings and traditional broadcasters, thus reducing the diversity of programming.
That Amendment 7A be amended to read as follows, quote, A on page 18 replaces lines 28 to 34 with the following, quote, A, whether Canadians, including independent producers, have a right or interest in relations to a program, including copyright, that allows them to control and benefit in a significant and equitable manner from the exploitation of the program, quote, close quote. Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 7B2 because the principles that Canadian programs are first and foremost content made by Canadians is and has been at the center of the definition of Canadian programs for decades, and this amendment would remove the ability of the CRTC to ensure that that remains the case. Proposes that Amendment 9B be amended by deleting subsection 18.2.1 because the obligation to hold a public hearing both before and after decisions are taken by the CRTC will entail unnecessary delays in the administration of the Act.
Respectfully disagrees with Amendment 11 because the amendment seeks to legislate matters in the broadcasting system that are beyond the policy intent of the bill, the purpose of which is to include online undertakings for the transmission or retransmission of programs over the internet in the broadcasting system, and because further study is required on how best to position our national public broadcaster to meet the needs and expectations of Canadians.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Here, here. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to commend you. That was an exceptional reading of that very lengthy motion, and some good work. It is your job, and you do it well.
Yes, he does.
I didn't have an opportunity. I guess I'm the first speaker since, and I believe I can say it since he has officially retired. The Honourable Marc Garneau. I'd like to add a few comments, if I may. I was fortunate to be able to serve as his parliamentary secretary when he was Minister of Transport, and it was funny when I was appointed, someone came to me and said, hey, you know, there are a pile of schools in this country already named after Marc Garneau. It's unusual in this place to meet someone with such incredible history, such incredible service, who has already had, as I said, schools named after him, had already been appointed to the Order of Canada before coming to this place. He engaged in a lifetime of service through the Navy as an astronaut to the Canadian Space Agency and into this place for 14 years. And as was mentioned by many speakers, his absence will be felt significantly. But we're here today, Mr. Speaker, for C11. And this bill has had a long journey. In one form or another, we've been debating this bill since the fall of 2020. We have kept working hard and we never give up because we know how important this legislation is. Our goal has never changed. From the start, it has always been about making sure Canadian stories and music are available to Canadians. As simple as that. The stories and music are the beating heart of our culture, a culture we have always supported and promoted. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We're only updating our laws to clarify that digital services and platforms have obligations to support our cultural sector. It's kind of amazing, Mr. Speaker, that we would look to Canadian companies like Bell or Rogers and we would say, yes, of course, you have to support Canadian culture. But some in this place would say foreign tech giants have no such obligations. We had an opportunity during the committee meeting to hear from Gord Sinclair of the Tragically Hip, who talked about how Broadcasting Act helped his band, Tragically Hip, come from a small town in eastern Ontario to become well known and respected across the country, and spoke in support of the legislation so that there could be more Tragically Hips in the future. The Broadcasting Act has helped Canadian culture to flourish and grow for more than 50 years. Just as I mentioned, the Tragically Hip, but think of all the bands and musicians that we love, the Canadian TV shows and films that have entertained us and found audiences all over the world. It's thanks in part to the Broadcasting Act. We want to ensure the success continues to serve Canadians well now and into the future. So much about how we produce, engage with, and access digital content has changed with the increasing dominance of digital broadcasting. We must act to ensure that Canadian artists and storytellers, Canadian culture, do not get left behind. We must act to ensure that all voices have had a chance to be heard and to ensure that Canadian culture reflects the realities of our diversity. We know how important it is to get this right. That's why, from the start, our efforts to modernize the Broadcasting Act have been a collaborative effort. We have worked with and heard from Canadians to find the right solutions. We've held public consultations, heard from key stakeholders in the industry, listened to ideas and the concerns of artists, content creators, and everyday Canadians, and worked across the aisle with members of all parties to help shape this bill. Now, as we know, only one party in this Parliament has decided that it knows better than Canadians, artists, creators, producers, and all workers in our cultural sector. The Conservatives, unfortunately, really went out of their way to protect the interests of web giants, just like they did during the committee study of Bill C-18. When Facebook came to testify, we saw Conservatives stand and act as the PR reps for the tech giants. They don't need to hire lobbyists, Mr. Speaker. They had, for free, the Conservatives standing up and supporting them. They're pretty good at it, Mr. Speaker. I'll have to tip my hat. They spent hours filibustering. They filibustered when the minister was supposed to appear at committee. They filibustered when the CRTC commissioner was supposed to appear at committee after having demanded that the CRTC commissioner appear. They filibustered during clause by clause. They even filibustered their own motions, Mr. Speaker. These committees don't need lobbyists representing them, Mr. Speaker. As I said, they have the Conservative Party of Canada lobbying for them. And I hear the honourable member on the other side heckling because I know he's so upset at his party for acting for companies like Meta, like Google. They're the only Conservative Party in the world that stands with tech giants. not Republicans in the United States, not conservatives in Australia or Europe. In those countries, political parties are united for their citizens against tech giants. It's unfortunate that conservatives here can't see past partisanship and stand with Facebook, with Google, with TikTok. Shockingly enough, we hear time after time during committee, we heard conservative members stand and defend TikTok, defend their lobbyists, and stand with their talking points and deliver their talking points as if they were straight coming from the lobbyists that we've heard from TikTok. These companies don't need lobbyists, Mr. Speaker. They have the Conservative Party. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment, though, to acknowledge the collaborative effort by the New Democratic Party and the Bloc Québécois. I want to thank everyone who made a contribution in the long development of Bill C-11. They've helped make this bill stronger, they've made it better, and they have done a great service for Canadians. I particularly want to thank our colleagues in the other place for their careful study of Bill C-11 and the amendments they have proposed for consideration. I am pleased to say that the government is fully supporting 18 of these 26 amendments brought about in clause-by-clause study of Bill C-11. We're also accepting another 2 amendments with modifications. This is another testament to the truly collaborative work that has gone on. I think it's important to highlight many of the things we can all agree on when it comes to C-11 and the many ways we've all worked together to make it a better bill. In the spirit of collaboration, we should make it easier to support this motion. I'd like to turn to addressing the proposed amendments. As I've said, the government agrees to adopt 18 of them. There are only 8 amendments which the government respectfully disagrees or proposes changes. Let me take some time to explain the government's position on each of these amendments. To begin with, the government respectfully disagrees with the proposed amendment to the definition of a, quote, community element, close quote. This amendment does not refer to the broadcasting undertakings that make up the broadcasting system and may cause interpretive issues in the application of the Act. The government also respectfully disagrees with the proposed amendments to compel online undertakings to implement methods such as age verification to prevent children from accessing explicit sexual material. While we understand the importance of this issue and have forthcoming legislation which I hope will address it, we oppose this amendment for the simple reason that it seeks to legislate matters in the broadcasting system, seeks to legislate matters in the broadcasting system that are beyond the policy intent of the bill. To reiterate what I said from the start, Mr. Speaker, our purpose with C-11 is to include online services and platforms in broadcasting systems. This amendment falls outside the scope of the bill. Next, the government respectfully disagrees with the proposed amendment to Clause 4, limiting regulation to sound recordings uploaded by music labels or artists. We disagree here because this would affect the Governor and Council's ability to publicly consult on and issue a policy direction to the CRTC to appropriately scope the regulation of social media services with respect to the distribution of commercial programs. And we need the flexibility to make sure that whenever an online streamer acts as a broadcaster, they do their part to support Canada's cultural sector. That's really what this bill comes down to, Mr. Speaker. It would also prevent the broadcasting system from adapting to technological changes over time, which ultimately is the very matter that we're trying to address with the bill. Fourth, the government respectfully disagrees with Amendment 6 because of concerns that it could limit the CRTC's ability to impose conditions respecting the proportion of programs to be broadcast that are devoted to specific genres, both for online undertakings and traditional broadcasters. This could have the impact of reducing the diversity of programming on traditional airwaves, an outcome which goes against one of the primary policy objectives of this bill. Regarding Amendment 7, we are proposing that a change of wording be made to subsection 7A in order to better underscore the importance of supporting creators and to sustain and build on Canada's creative sectors. The government also respectfully disagrees with subsection 7B, which proposes that no factor is determinative in establishing Canadian content rules. The proposed amendment would impact the flexibility of the CRTC to determine the appropriate definition for Canadian content. Mr. Speaker, our position on this is simple. We agree with the fundamental principle that Canadian content is first and foremost made by Canadians. Another change we are proposing is to Amendment 9B concerning public hearings. Here, the government suggests the deletion of subsection 2.1, which calls for a public hearing to be held after a proposed regulation or order is published. The CRTC consults interested parties before a regulation is developed, not afterwards. Requiring a second public hearing after decisions are taken by the CRTC during regulatory proceedings will entail unnecessary delays in the administration of the Act. Finally, the government respectfully disagrees with Amendment 11, which seeks to prohibit the CBC from broadcasting an advertisement or announcement on behalf of an advertiser that is designed to resemble journalistic programming. Here again, our reasons for disagreement go back to the core objectives of the bill. The issue addressed by the amendment falls outside the scope of C11 and its policy intent of including online undertakings in the broadcasting system. Mr. Speaker, I've outlined the government's position with respect to the excellent and thorough work completed by our esteemed colleagues in the other place. We have agreed to the majority of the proposed amendments, and we disagree on just 8 points. Overall, I see the collaborative efforts that have brought us here, and they were of great success. We've arrived at this point just shy of the finish line thanks to the contributions and hard work of parliamentarians, public servants, industry experts, content creators, and Canadians. Now is not the time to abandon the commitment to collaboration. We will continue to listen. Should this bill receive royal assent, the Governor and Council will issue a policy direction to the CRTC on how the new legislative framework should be applied. This will require a notice period of at least 30 days, during which stakeholders and other interested persons may provide comments, concerns, and recommendations regarding policy direction. The CRTC will hold its own public processes prior to implementing the new broadcasting regulatory framework. This will provide a further opportunity for all stakeholders, including radio broadcasters, online streamers, distributors, artists, producers, and industry groups to provide input. So as you can see, Madam Speaker, we will now continue to move forward together. We will ensure Canadian artists and storytellers thrive and prosper well into the digital age, that the beat of Canada's diverse culture is heard loud and clear, everywhere, for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. The Honourable Member mentioned that this is about making sure that Canadians are able to tell their story, that culture is preserved. Other lines that have been used in the past is that a level playing field is created. And yet what we know is that there are these digital-first creators or YouTubers, TikTokers, people on Instagram who are able to garner an audience for themselves based on showing off their talent, not just to Canada, but to the world. And these individuals are enjoying tremendous success. Now, this bill would actually stifle them. That's what they've reported. So I'm curious, what about their stories? What about Indigenous creators? What about Black creators? What about those individuals who have gone above and beyond to use new media to successfully garner a global audience?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Digital creators are creators. They are artists. This is at the heart of what we're doing. It's been unfortunate this entire debate seems to suggest that these people are excluded from what we think or what the government wants, who the government wants to succeed. We want everyone to succeed. We want all artists to succeed. We're just asking some of the largest companies in the world, which the Honourable Member mentioned was YouTube and TikTok, to ask them to contribute to Canadian culture. We would ask the same of any large Canadian company, but we wouldn't ask the same of one of the largest companies from the United States, a major company from China. We wouldn't ask them to contribute to Canadian culture. It's truly shocking, Madam Speaker, that we've gone through this debate and that the honourable members and the Conservatives will just highlight the talking points from the web giants.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his speech.
I also thank him for the teamwork we do together in Heritage Committee. We overcame a lot of challenges, really a lot of challenges throughout the study of C11, and I thank him for his hard work. Now, Madam Speaker, when we study a bill as important as C11, it will have a major impact on Quebec's cultural industry, Canada's cultural industry. So there are so many factors at play. And Quebec's government recently raised some asks. I wonder whether my colleague is aware of those acts. Now, in the ministerial directive to the CRTC, I wonder whether it will take into account the Quebec government's requests.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to return the thanks to the honourable member for his work on this file. We did hear from many witnesses across the board from Quebec and the rest of Canada about how important this legislation is. The vast majority of witnesses telling us how important it is to expedite this bill and get it through. Of course, we'll work with provinces, including the province of Quebec. I know the minister understands the issue, and as always, the minister will work with the government of Quebec, with other provincial leaders, something that he regularly does and will continue to do going forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. One of my real concerns is the recent report that Google is blocking the news of Canadian news wires in order to put pressure on the government. This is a company that has successfully avoided regulation for years, and yet we've seen that Google's subsidiary YouTube has been tied to massive vaccine disinformation in Brazil, anti-refugee violence in Germany, huge levels of violence in Myanmar and Sri Lanka through the algorithms that are pushing disinformation. So I'm concerned that we have Google YouTube, which is the biggest news broadcaster in the world, pumping conspiracy, threat, violence through the algorithms, and yet they would dare to block Canadian news services as a way of threatening our government. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to comment on whether or not Google has made this threat to the Canadian government and what we are going to do in response.
The honourable member, parliamentary secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I share the honourable member's concern about what Google is doing. They're taking a page out of Facebook's playbook when Australia attempted to provide regulation in the digital sphere. They thought that they could intimidate Australians to back down, but they didn't. Unfortunately, the difference between here and Australia is that political parties were united, and it's been wonderful to work with Bloc and the NDP on this, but it's again disappointing. Conservatives in Australia fought for Australians. Conservatives here are fighting for the tech giants.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Difficult to catch up here as we are looking at the government's response to changes made to C11 in the Senate. But I am going through this carefully, Madam Speaker, and it seems there are a couple of places where the government has rejected an amendment that came from the Senate because it's suggested here it's beyond the scope of the bill. But my experience is that in cases where the government thinks it's beyond the scope of the bill, that objection is put before clause by clause in the other place, and that would usually stop it from going forward. So I'm curious to know, and perhaps the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary could explain, how it is and whether the government would reconsider whether these amendments are truly beyond the scope or whether the government has any discretion to accept these amendments at this point.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island for the question. I'm not sure what went through the debate during clause by clause on those particular amendments. We're not saying they're bad ideas. They're just outside the scope of this particular legislation. I know, and the minister has said, we have, for example, online safety legislation forthcoming. Perhaps some of these proposals can be put forward in that legislation and done so in a comprehensive way through the appropriate scope and through the appropriate legislation. They're just well outside the scope of this particular bill, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sports.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my colleague for his hard work on this bill. It's been an extraordinary voyage. I, like most Canadians, feel like these massive companies, Google, Apple, Facebook, have way too much power. They have way too much control over what we see, and I'm concerned, and I think a lot of my constituents are too. And I listened to my colleague's speech as he referenced the fact that Conservatives in other countries and other politicians around the country have found a way to come together for a common purpose to ensure that these companies, these massive companies, these extraordinarily successful organizations pay their fair share. So I'd like to provide my colleague and friend with an opportunity to talk about, what kind of collaboration and where we've seen that collaboration elsewhere, and how we're going to stand up for Canadians and make sure that our culture and creations are preserved.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we heard during testimony, and I know the honourable member from Lethbridge talks about the success stories of digital creators, and there are many, but we heard through evidence that the vast, vast majority of Canadians make nothing, despite the fact that they have enough followers to be monetized on these sites. We just want there to be greater success for these stories. We want Canadians to have that opportunity. We want level playing field in these discussions. Again, it would be shocking if the honourable members from the Conservatives rose and said Bell Media should have no obligations to Canada. Rogers Communications should have no obligation to Canada. But when it comes to a foreign company like TikTok or Google, they say, okay, you don't have to have anything, even though billions of dollars is being made on Canadians. So it's truly unfortunate. We've seen in Australia, in Europe, in the United States, bipartisan and multi-partisan efforts. It's disappointing that we don't have the Conservative Party on side here.
In comments, we have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable colleague has said that the Conservatives are taking the side of tech giants, but there are legal experts as well as other experts in the field, including CRTC, former CRTC commissioners, that have serious concerns with C11. So who's really misleading Canadians, Madam Speaker? This member of Parliament or those experts, those legal experts or former CRTC commissioners?
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, it's clear the honourable member didn't pay any attention to what went on during the debate. We had numerous experts, and the vast majority of them were in favour of this bill. They can't call one expert and one former CRTC commissioner and say everyone's against this. Look at these two people. There were dozens of witnesses that were in support of this, creators, artists. It's unfortunate the Conservatives will just parrot the talking points of Facebook and Google.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C11, it is a piece of legislation that will impact every single Canadian who has one of these, or a television in their home, or a computer in their home, and who enjoys online streaming or viewing or listening to content that is online. That is how big this legislation is. That is how dramatic its impact will be. So permit me to provide a bit of an overview in terms of what this legislation does, and then I'm going to dive into the intricacies of the bill and hopefully explain why Canadians will be so impacted by it. Now, through you, Madam Speaker, I am going to speak to Canadians. After all, this House is theirs and theirs alone. Through this piece of legislation, the government is about to give itself the authority to control what Canadians have access to listen to online or watch online. For example, instead of giving a viewer more of what they want on a platform such as YouTube, instead, things will be ranked in such a way that YouTube will be forced by this government to put things in front of us according to its definition of priority. They're saying it's in accordance to how Canadian the content is. I'll dive into that in just a moment. But the point is that YouTube would be forced to give more of what the government wants us to see rather than more of what Canadians wish to see. And this is problematic because, of course, Canadians go online and they look to access the things that they are most passionate about or most interested in. They don't go online to have things pushed at them by the government. Now, the government does claim that this bill is about, quote, supporting Canadian culture, or they say that it's about leveling the playing field, but it's just not true. Let me explain. Bill C-11 amends the Broadcasting Act by bringing the internet under its provisions. Now, in the early 20th century, this act was originally put in place to regulate TV and radio. Now, it's gone through a myriad of iterations since then, but its result has always remained the same, and that is it wants to ensure Canada's 2 official languages are both respected by being given airtime and that cultural diversity is upheld. Those are noble goals. This was necessary because the number of TV and radio stations was limited, and so this finite resource needed to be managed. It needed to be overseen in order to ensure that the platforms were shared. But unlike these 2 mediums, the internet is boundless. In other words, anyone who wants to have a presence on the internet can have one. The government doesn't need to regulate which content should be given priority and which content should be demoted, because there's actually space for all. And the success of one individual or one creator online doesn't take away from the success of another. Everyone can achieve success. If there was ever a level playing field, that's it. The internet is it. Anyone who wants a website can set up a website. Anyone who wants a channel on YouTube can set up a channel. Anyone who wants to set up a TikTok account can set up a TikTok account. People have access to an online platform or platforms within the online world that are, it's boundless. It's quite incredible, actually. It could be argued that it has actually never been easier for Canadian content creators from all linguistic and cultural backgrounds to reach a global audience with the content that they wish to showcase. If they wish to set up a YouTube channel, they can. If they wish to have a TikTok account, they can. If they wish to be on Twitter, they can. The traditional gatekeepers have been removed. Creators, they used to have to put together these things called media packages. And basically it was like a portfolio of sorts, showing off their skill, their talent, their ability, what they wanted to produce. And then they would take this and they would walk it over to CBC, or they would walk it over to Bell Media or Rogers or Corus Entertainment, and they would basically have to beg them to accept their package and put them on the air. And if one of these gatekeepers said no, or if all these gatekeepers said no, then they were out of luck. They don't deal with that anymore. Now creators can succeed based on their own merit rather than based on what these gatekeepers desire for them. You see, today's creators don't function according to the same rules as previous generations. And I think that's a part of what's so difficult for some to accept. We exist in a new space, and we have new ideals. Freedom and choice being 2 of them. For the minister to say that this bill somehow modernizes the Broadcasting Act and provides support to artists is actually incredibly disingenuous. The minister fails to account for progress. Instead of meeting artists where they're at and celebrating the tremendous success that they enjoy within the realm of freedom, this government is actually wanting to pull them back under an antiquated system where their content will be weighed and measured, and creators will be made into winners or losers based on what the government wants rather than what Canadians want. I wish for Canadians to know that this bill will impact them in 2 damning ways. 1, it will censor what they see, and 2, it will censor what they say. With regards to what they see, if the Canadian government determines what gets promoted and what gets demoted, then that means only certain content is made available to me as the viewer. In other words, it's censorship. Furthermore, this bill will censor what an individual can say or post online. And homegrown talent and creative content here in Canada will no longer succeed based on merit as it does now. Instead, as mentioned, content will be subject to a list of criteria. We don't actually know what that is because the government won't be transparent about it. And so through that, the government will direct that these criteria have to be weighed and measured to see if they're met by the artist. And then if they are, it'll be deemed Canadian. And if they're not, then it won't be. If it's Canadian, it'll be discoverable. In other words, it'll be bumped up towards the top of our screen. But if it's not made discoverable, it'll get bumped down to maybe page 400, 500, 600, where nobody looks. So this bill is censorship. Not only does it censor what we can see as viewers, but it also censors what can be posted online by creators and individual users. Content creators from across Canada, along with consumer groups, have been speaking out about this bill. They're calling it dangerous. Legal experts have called it a grotesque overreach of government. When speaking about this bill, Margaret Atwood, a fabulous Canadian author, very famous here, didn't mince her words when she called it creeping totalitarianism. Wow. I want to take a step back. And I do want to say that there are two things that we can agree on. One, the Broadcasting Act should be updated. That's not what this bill does. This bill actually makes the Broadcasting Act incredibly regressive. But anyways, it should be updated. And two, Canada has a rich and beautiful culture and amazing artists, homegrown talent that absolutely we should look for a myriad of ways to promote and celebrate. Now, how we do these things is where the disagreement comes into play. While this government claims that Bill C-11 is the best way forward, we would disagree. The best way forward is actually a path that preserves individual choice and opens doors to boundless opportunity. This bill fails to do that. Now, it might serve us well to just take a pause and step back and figure out, well, where did this bill come from? Well, this bill started out as Bill C-10 in 2020, and it's gone through a number of iterations since that time, but one thing remains true about it. It's still a terrible piece of legislation. It's a terrible piece of legislation that will hinder what Canadians can see online, what they can post online. To put it simply, it gives the government control over our search bars. We think we're searching for one thing and that we'll be directed in that way. And in actuality, instead, based on algorithms that are dictated by this government, we're actually sent to something different. That's what this bill does. So what brought us here? What brought us to this bill being put in place? Well, Madam Speaker, there are two groups that are involved in that: the broadcasters and the traditional art unions, or guilds. For the broadcasters, we have the CBC and Bell, Chorus Media. And they contribute a certain percentage to an art fund. A certain percentage of their revenue goes into that fund. And then traditional artists are able to apply for some of that funding and use it for their projects. Now, traditional broadcasters, of course, are less and less popular, and so they're contributing fewer and fewer dollars. But they feel penalized by this. And so they've gone knocking on the door of this government and said, hey, we shouldn't be the only ones contributing to the art fund. You should capture the large streamers as well. Further to that, these broadcasters have to uphold a certain percentage or display or show a certain percentage of their content as CanCon. Now, CanCon doesn't always sell to their audiences all that great. And so, to some extent, they feel hindered by this obligation. Again, they're watching as streaming platforms aren't subject to this rule. So they've gone knocking on the government's door and said, hey, you should really impose this rule on streamers as well. Artists, many of them are absolutely fabulous, should be celebrated and promoted. Now, there are those that are traditional artists that belong to a union. They are not at fault. But the union bosses have knocked on the door of this government and said, hey, because the revenues for traditional broadcasters are drying up, there's not as much money going into the art fund, we're not having as much available for our production of traditional art, and therefore we want more money to be found somewhere, some way. The government then has said, well, actually, we could make the streamers responsible for contributing to the art fund. And so it is. At the end of the day, Bill C-11 is all about perpetuating or maintaining status quo. It's about protecting the interests of large broadcasters. They claim, however, that it's about forcing large streaming platforms such as Netflix and Disney to pay into a fund that supports Canadian artists. And they claim that it's about protecting Canadian culture or leveling the playing field. If the implications of the bill stopped there, the reality is that would be bad enough, but it actually goes even further. It goes so far as to include user-generated content, the content of ordinary Canadians, and the stuff that they put on platforms such as Facebook or TikTok or Twitter or YouTube or Instagram. It doesn't stop at large foreign streamers. It absolutely captures individuals, Canadians. In fact, the former chair of the CRTC, Ian Scott, actually made this very clear at committee, not only in the House of Commons, but then further at the Senate. Now, I'll talk about this point more in just a moment, but I wish first to comment on the false foundation on which this bill is founded. First, this bill is based on the deceptive notion that Canadian content creators or artists can't make it on their own merit. How degrading. This bill is based on the premise that they need government to step in and help them. But they're saying otherwise. This bill is based on the lie that the government needs to step in and also make sure that Canadian content is put in front of our eyeballs because otherwise we wouldn't choose it. Again, how degrading can you be to Canadian artists and their ability to produce great content? The fact of the matter is these things aren't true, and I'd like to explain my reasoning. The Heritage Minister has claimed that this bill will capture $1 billion from large streaming platforms. That's the amount that it'll bring in. Okay, and that's meant to help further Canadian culture by helping to support these traditional artists. According to the government, they're forcing large streaming platforms, again, to pay their fair share. And at first blush, that might sound reasonable, but that's not actually what's happening here. You see, the government says that this money will save Canadian culture, but who says that Canadian culture actually needs saving? Who says that it's so fragile that it'll fall apart without government intervention? And aside from all that, isn't Canadian culture based on what Canadians determine it to be? The reality is, the notion that large streaming platforms aren't paying their fair share is a myth. Investment in Canadian productions that would further our culture and tell our stories is not drying up, as the Liberals would like you to believe. On the contrary, huge investments are being made. It's just no longer being done through traditional broadcasters, and the unions aren't controlling it. According to Wendy Noss of the Motion Picture Association Canada, she testified at the Senate committee, they spent more than $5 billion, that's $5 billion with a B, across this country in 2021 alone. This government is saying they're going to get $1 billion, $1 billion, because of this legislation. This is one association. This is one. And they're putting $5 billion per year into this country. So you cannot tell me, you cannot tell Canadians that somehow investment in homegrown talent is drying up. It's just not true. So it poses the question then, if the money is being invested in talent, what is this bill really about?
Control.
Perhaps a bit of control. Let me talk a little bit more about this. This $5 billion that was invested accounted for more than half of all production in this country and 90% of the growth that this sector enjoyed over the last decade. Madam Speaker, that is significant. We're talking about an organization, an association, Motion Picture Association Canada. They hired, trained, and provided opportunities for more than 200,000 Canadians who are incredibly talented in the world of creativity. And they supported more than 47,000 businesses. And these numbers come from 2021 alone. That is a tremendous investment in telling Canadian stories, a tremendous investment in furthering Canadian culture, a tremendous investment in celebrating what's possible right here on home turf. In fact, this is far greater than traditional broadcasters have proven capable of. So perhaps a little truth-telling could go a long way. And we could take delight in the tremendous success that is being achieved within our cultural sector. We have to ask then, given this incredible investment, do we really have a problem? Do we really need this legislation? Is it true that investments aren't being made into Canada's production industry, or that somehow culture is at risk? No. On the contrary, the sector is alive and well. It's simply that the gatekeepers, the traditional broadcasters and the unions, don't control the outcome anymore. Furthermore, this bill is based on the false notion that Canadian content can't thrive without government intervention. But as I've outlined, these production companies they're hiring based on merit, and their films are succeeding based on consumer demand. So do we really need the government then stepping in and mandating what percentage of content needs to be Canadian? As if, the government were to not do that, somehow Canadian content wouldn't thrive. Well, a $5 billion investment tells me Canadian content seems to be alive and well. The problem is that a great deal of truly Canadian content doesn't meet the government's imposed definition of what they call CanCon. Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale, for example. It's written by a famous Canadian author herself. It's being filmed on Canadian soil. It stars Canadian actors, and it employs Canadian producers. But it fails to meet this government's definition of CanCon. It would be kind of funny, a little bit humorous, to realize all that. Except that it's incredibly damning to our cultural industry, which takes the humor out of the definition altogether and just makes it altogether antiquated and destructive. Traditional broadcasters are forced to show a certain percentage of CanCon, and they feel stifled by this. So now they want streaming platforms and new media creators to come under the same rules, to wear the same shackles. But perhaps the government should consider taking the extra regulatory off the traditional broadcasters, instead of putting those same handcuffs on new media platforms. Perhaps instead of taking us back and maintaining status quo, we should be looking forward toward a great, vibrant, creative, free future. Make no mistake, this bill is not about supporting Canadian culture and Canadian artists. It's about protecting big broadcasters and the interests of this government. Now, everything I have talked about up to this point is significant. But what makes this perhaps the most egregious piece of Liberal legislation is the fact that it doesn't just go after large streaming platforms or regulate traditional artists working with the support of a big union or a guild, but it actually extends to user-generated content. In other words, the things that normal, everyday, average Canadians would post online. Ordinary content. Your Aunt Betty's cat video. It's captured. It's captured by this legislation. So now this government will implore the CRTC to weigh all of this material according to this definition of Canadianness, and that content will then either be allowed to stand online or it will be moved to page 900. Sounds like a big job. I don't exactly know how they're going to roll that out, but they seem to be very committed to it. Why do I say they're very committed to it? Well, Madam Speaker, because they had an opportunity to make sure user-generated content wasn't captured by this bill. They had an opportunity to ensure that actually this bill really was just about the largest streaming platforms. The Senate made an amendment. In fact, even before it got to the Senate, actually, the House of Commons offered that same amendment. So the government rejected the amendment here, and then the Senate, after wisely giving this legislation a sober second thought and listening to witnesses, the Senate made the same amendment to make sure that user-generated content, ordinary content, was not captured by this bill. What we have learned today is that this government is not accepting that amendment, which is telling. It's very, very telling. It tells us that this bill is far more about this government controlling what we can see, hear, and post online than it is about anything else. If it wasn't, why not accept the amendment? This bill is about censoring Canadians, all Canadians. This bill will stagnate the progress that is being achieved by modern creators, such as a woman who goes by Auntie Skates. Now, she's a South Asian woman who is based in Toronto. She's in her 40s and she's learning how to skateboard. And she decided in the midst of the pandemic to start creating videos and bringing people in on her adventure. And she's going viral. This bill will stagnate that. This bill will also go after homegrown comedian Darcy Michael. He proclaims himself to be a pot-smoking gay man, and he talks about how he was turned away from traditional broadcasters. Now, he's enjoying tremendous success on YouTube. This bill will target him. So instead of modernizing the Broadcasting Act in a meaningful way to address the complexities of the digital world, this legislation simply targets the next generation. The next generation of creators, the next generation of artists, the next generation that thinks outside the box and beyond the gatekeepers. This legislation will pull them back from the future and put them in the past. This legislation will make sure that these individuals are again put under a regulator, a gatekeeper. A gatekeeper who will determine whether or not their content is sufficiently Canadian to be discoverable or if it has to be buried. That's shameful. In short, this legislation is about protecting status quo rather than allowing progress. Now, of course, the Senate committee heard from many, many, many witnesses, creators themselves, subject matter experts, legal experts, with regard to this bill. And the thing that was said loud and clear was that a step back needed to be taken. That the individual, or the content that is created by individuals needed to be respected. That it needed to be left alone. This government has made it clear at every turn that it does not wish to make that change. And so it's scary. And so today we're seeing that. We're seeing creators across this country speaking out against this bill. We've seen it for months. But today, knowing that the nail is potentially in the coffin, they are all that much more loud. They're concerned about their future. And the truth is, it's not just creators that are concerned, it's all Canadians that are concerned. It's all Canadians that are concerned because at the end of the day, they want to be able to watch what they want to watch. We like on demand for a reason. Traditional broadcasters are phasing out for a reason because they take choice out of the equation. Canadians like choice. Canadians are very concerned. They're very concerned about the censorship that this bill brings in. Furthermore, the government says that it wants to remove barriers for underrepresented artists. Seems noble. Unfortunately, again, that is not true. That is not what this bill does. This was again made abundantly clear in the Senate. The committee heard from BIPOC and Indigenous creators, as well as Francophone creators, who all said that this bill will hold them back, that it will stifle the success that they enjoy. They talked about the tremendous success that they are currently able to achieve based on their own merit and a barrier-free world known as the internet. As my colleague from the Senate, Senator Leo Husako, said so well, I quote, "What Bill C-11 does is put limits and barriers back in place and perpetuates a system of picking winners and losers by dictating based on factors other than individual user preferences and choices what Canadians should post and what Canadians should see." At the end of the day, creators do not want this bill because it will hold them back. Viewers do not want this bill because it will control what they have access to online. Creators wish to succeed based on their own creativity and ability. And they are doing so phenomenally well. Most Canadian creatives enjoy an audience that is composed of 90% outside of Canada. In other words, they're reaching the world. Isn't that celebration worthy? Furthermore, it has been stated by experts that this bill is so much so about censorship and control that it actually likens us to places like China or North Korea or Russia, which again, Canadians are rightly concerned about. Canadians want to be able to go online and access the material that they wish to access. They wish to go on YouTube and be given the stuff that they want to watch. They can do that right now. They appreciate being able to do that right now. But unfortunately, under Bill C-11, they'll be given more of what the government wants them to watch, not more of what they want to watch. Doesn't that seem dangerous to you? That we would be so regressive as a nation that under this government we would succumb to being like North Korea, China, and Russia. So, on behalf of Canada's amazing creators who have achieved tremendous success based on their merit on new media platforms, or who seek to do so, and on behalf of Canadians who value the freedom to choose what they watch and listen to online, I move the following motion. In response to the government's motion, I move that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the first word, that, and substituting the following. The order for the consideration of the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be discharged and the bill be withdrawn. Kill Bill C-11.
Mrs. Thomas, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves the following amendment. Okay, that should be amended by deleting all the words after the first word, that, and substituting the following: the order for the consideration of the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be discharged and the bill withdrawn. L'amendement est reçu.
The amendment is in order.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Speaker, I listened intently to the member's speech, and I must say the first couple of minutes I found rather engaging and rigorous. And it included an enunciation of principles. I didn't agree with the suppositions and the line of argument, but it had rigor. And then, of course, the member lost me when she started comparing Canada to North Korea. I don't think anyone lends credence to that kind of argument. But I also found there were contradictions in the member's speech. She said the cybersphere is limitless, where everyone has a voice. And that's absolutely true. One can't suppress the internet, so how can one even begin to think that it can be censored? Secondly, the member says Canadian culture doesn't need support, it should survive on its own, and it can survive on its own. Yet if you look at all the feature films that make it to the Oscars, if you look at the end of the credits, Madam Speaker, there's funding from government agencies, there are tax credits to make sure the films are done here, and that's how we're supporting Canadian culture too.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
I suppose perhaps the Honourable Member missed a good portion of my speech, so I'll just remind him. So this bill will capture about $1 billion, $1 billion per year. Now, I'll just also remind the House that we actually don't have documents that prove that. That just seems to be some fictitious number that this government pulled out of thin air. We don't know where that came from. We've asked, hasn't been granted. But anyways, let's just suppose that that's true, that it'll result in $1 billion extra dollars being put towards arts and culture in Canada. I will remind the Honourable Member that one private company alone invested $5 billion in 2021, supporting over 200,000 homegrown artists and more than 47,000 Canadian businesses. That's a whole lot more than what the government's wimpy $1 billion will ever do.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague from Lethbridge speak about culture and artists, praising them. I think she might have wanted to specify that digital-first creators, well, they're really the ones that she's been standing up for during the work on this. But her sudden affection for artists, does it extend to Quebec's francophone artists, Quebec's artists? The comments in spring 2021, she gave an interview to a local newspaper in Lethbridge, and the bill was about a very niche group of artists who are stuck in the beginning of the 90s because they're not competitive on new platforms. They produce material that Canadians simply don't want. She said that this group of artists mainly comes from Quebec, Madam Speaker. These artists who aren't able to make a living off what they produce, so they require government subsidies. And she said that these artists are outdated. Madam Speaker, I wanted to know if the colleague from Lethbridge stands by the comments she made at that time in that interview.
To Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I actually really appreciate the opportunity to extend a sincere apology. I used the word artists. Now, all of that is not quoted exactly correctly, but nevertheless, I will own the notion. And I used the word artists, and I really shouldn't have, and I really regret that. Because really, those artists are working hard to create fantastic content for this country, and I respect that deeply. What this bill comes down to is actually the traditional broadcasters and the big union bosses. And unfortunately, I don't think that those two entities are fighting rightly on behalf of artists and the tremendous work that they're putting into developing themselves and their incredible talent and ability to grow themselves and be successful based on their own merit. I don't think we give that enough weight. And so I wish we would. I wish we would give...
We have to go to another question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my honourable colleague from Lethbridge, it appears to me that she suggested, and I certainly listened to all of her speech, that creators didn't need this bill, that Canadian culture didn't need any help from the Canadian government. Now, the larger aspect of what she said suggests that she'd like to see the Canadian government to relinquish the entire space of protecting Canadian content, relinquish Canadian content to the gentle mercies of Hollywood to decide that Dudley Do-Right represents Canada and that our own authors and creators here aren't to be protected. They need protection. The Writers Guild of Canada, the Canadian media producers, have said that this bill, while flawed, is essential for the industry to thrive and maybe even to survive. So I put it to her, does she think she may have taken her argument too far?
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Again, I would just remind the House, who said that? A big union said that. To the behest of traditional broadcasters. Of course they want this bill. It supports them. It results in dollars in their pockets. It results in keeping them alive. Of course they want this bill. But is it artists that are saying that they want this bill? Nope, they're not. Individual artists do not want this bill.
The honourable member will have 4 minutes for questions and comments the next time this matter is before the House. Comme il est 18h20.
It is 6:20. We will now proceed to private members' business.
Ordre du jour.
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill S-209, Pandemic Day Act, standing in the name of Ms. Fry.
Debate, resuming debate. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Montcalm.
Point of order. Honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I'm supposed to be first on.
The honourable not get up to stand. I recognize the honourable member for Montcalm.
Madame la Présidente, j'attendais que mon collègue...
Madam Speaker, I did wait for my colleague to rise, so I will proceed now. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to S-209, a bill to implement Pandemic Day.
Manning.
Madam Speaker, I respect your decision, but you've never called my writing by name. You look my way and
names unless somebody stands up to be recognized, and unfortunately the honourable member did not stand up to be recognized, and I recognize the honourable member from Montcalm. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Montcalm.
As a point of order.
Clearly, I think this was just an oversight with the member. Perhaps, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent, Madam Speaker, to return to the previous individual who's supposed to speak, the member from Edmonton, and he can continue from there.
I can look for unanimous consent, but again, I just want to remind members that they need to stand to be recognized. If they don't stand, then I don't know that they want to speak. I can't recognize them. And so does the honourable member have unanimous consent to, or the honourable parliamentary secretary has asked for unanimous consent to have the honourable member for Edmonton Manning do his speech first? Yes. Agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning. Again, I want to remind members they have to stand to be recognized, and I'm sure that the honourable member has been in the House for a long time. So, the honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for the Parliamentary Secretary for the motion. Madam Speaker, this text of the bill claims it's fitting that March 11 of each year be officially designated as Pandemic Observance Day in order to give the Canadian public an opportunity to commemorate the efforts to get through the pandemic, to remember its effects, and to reflect on ways to prepare for any future problems or pandemics. Certainly, it is fitting that we take time to remember the effects that COVID-19 had on our lives. More than 55,000 Canadians died COVID-related deaths. This is a sobering statistics. It is more than die each year of heart disease, and about 4 times the number of people that die accidentally each year. We don't remember statistics enough. We remember husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, grandparents, aunts and uncles, whose lives were shortened by the disease. Each one was an individual. Each one was loved. Behind each death, there is an intensely personal story. Their loved one remember them every day. They don't need the government to set aside a designated day for that purpose. Do we need a Pandemic Observance Day to give Canadian public an opportunity to commemorate the efforts to get through the pandemic? Communities come together in innovative ways to deal with a situation no one had prepared for. It can be inspiring to think of the ways individual Canadians reach out to others for the benefit of all. It can be said that Canadians showed their resilience in the way they supported each other through that very trying period. The COVID-19 pandemic brought the Canadian people together, a shared experience that brought out the best in the people. This shared experience also brought out of the words of this government performance. The most memorable stories of the COVID-19 pandemic are not those of individuals coming together, but of the governments out of control, out of touch with reality, and showing itself to be either incompetent or corrupt, or maybe both. As the pandemic was unfolding, this government sent 16 tons of badly needed personal protective equipment to another country, 50,118 face shields, 1,181 masks, 1,820 pairs of goggles, 36,425 medical coveralls, and 200,000 nitrile gloves and 3,000 aprons. In doing so, they left our country without sufficient supplies for our own medical personnel. Canada was unprepared for the pandemic. The government failed in its duty to protect the Canadian people. They apparently believed the virus was not going to come here. That attitude was despite the fact that they had been warned. In 2004, the National Advisory Committee on SARS and Public Health presented its recommendations to the government. Canada was unprepared for the SARS outbreak. It said, and I quote, "because too many early lessons were ignored," end quote. SARS killed 44 Canadians. Hundreds more became sick. It paralyzed a major segment in Ontario's healthcare system for weeks, and thousands were placed in quarantine. Overworked healthcare workers felt mental and emotional stress. Doesn't that sound just like the COVID-19 pandemic? It was sadly obvious that the Liberals were unprepared for COVID-19. If they had paid attention to the SARS report, they wouldn't have been giving away the very materials that we need, that our healthcare system needed. Given the Liberal track record, Canadians have no reason to believe this government will, as this bill suggests, spend any time reflecting on ways to prepare for any future pandemics. Unless, of course, it is reflecting on finding ways to enrich their friends during a time of crisis, at taxpayers' expenses, of course. As unprepared as they were, the Liberals did not see the opportunity as COVID-19 cases mounted in Canada. This is something all Canadians should remember. Think back to March 2020 as the first COVID cases were being reported in Canada. The Liberals, after giving away the PPE equipment our healthcare workers needed to fight the pandemic, decided what was really needed was that they be given sweeping new powers to tax and spend without parliamentary scrutiny. When that didn't work, they shut down Parliament to avoid being held accountable. Faced with a global health emergency, their first response was an attack on democracy. They didn't want Canadians to be informed of what was going on. They didn't want to have an answer or to answer questions in Parliament. They hoped no one would notice when an organization with financial ties to the Prime Minister's family and the Finance Minister's family was chosen to receive millions of taxpayers' money through sole source contracts. The public service has considerable expertise and experience in administering government programs. Instead, they tried to funnel the money to their friends. When the wrongdoing was discovered by the Minister of Finance, at least he was honorable enough to resign, unlike the Prime Minister, who apparently have never in his life did anything wrong. He apparently hasn't even read the Ethics Commissioner reports, which is perhaps not surprising. The pandemic has shown that the Liberals are at best ethically challenged. They don't understand the rules, even simple one, like you don't give government contracts to your friends. The Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development, after the Ethics Commissioners found her to have broken the rules, have apologized. But her apology hasn't led her to offering to repay the money that she had her department give to her friends. There are also the former Liberal MP whose medical supply company was awarded $237 million contract for 8,000 ventilators at $10,000 more each than what paid in USA. Once again, a contract awarded without competitive bidding, this time to a company that had never made ventilators before. This government spent $1.1 billion for 40,000 ventilators. Most of them were not needed because COVID was not as bad as forecast and now just gathering dust in warehouses. When Canadians remember the pandemic, they will remember the Liberals investing $130 million taxpayers in a vaccine being developed by a Canadian firm partially owned by a tobacco company. Was there no one smart enough to ask whether such a vaccine would be acceptable to the World Health Organization? Apparently not. It was no surprise to anyone except perhaps the Liberal government when the WHO failed to approve the vaccine because of the tobacco company involvement. Canadians don't need a special pandemic observance day to remember most of the out-of-control government spending. Billions of dollars in handouts, no accountability, no determination as to whether the funds were really needed. Canadians will have no choice but to remember the biggest government spending spree in our history because they will be paying off the debt for decades. My as yet unborn grandchildren will still be paying off this Liberals' debt. They will wish they had nothing to remember. Canadians remember the incompetence of this government as the pandemic became endemic, As travel became possible once more, those lucky enough to be able to get a passport endured chaos at the airport. The Liberal government couldn't even figure out how to make out the system work. Inflation rose to record levels as this government responded by tripling its carbon tax, providing relief for Canadians struggling to make ends meet. Canadians will remember that every day, no special day is required. Canadians do not need a pandemic observance day to remember their loved ones, nor do they need this legislation to remember just how incompetent and corrupt this Liberal government was in its response to COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight to speak to S209, the Pandemic Day Act. Madam Speaker, this bill would designate a day that, in tradition and custom, is already a commemorative day since 2021. In fact, the World Health Organization designated March 31st as the International Day of Commemoration. March 11th was designated by the Crown by proxy as a day of commemoration in 2021. And in 2021 and 2022, Quebec organized a provincial day of commemoration on March 11th. This is a very important bill which calls on us to set all partisanship aside. COVID affected us all, no matter where we were, no matter who we are. The Bloc Québécois will support this bill. This bill allows us to commemorate, and it allows us to remember the solidarity of people, the generosity of people, the sense of duty, and the resilience of all those who put their shoulder to the wheel to help us get through the pandemic. This pandemic day will also ensure that we never forget those who were affected by the pandemic in small ways and in big ways. We will also be able to remember those who were lost to this pandemic. I'd like to take this occasion to offer my deepest condolences to all those who lost loved ones. There were over 16,000 deaths, COVID deaths in Quebec, and millions in the world. When in society we designate a day as a day of commemoration or remembrance, usually it's to remember an event that hurt our society. In order to build the future, we must remember the past. This is why Quebec wisely chose Je me souviens, Quebec remembers, as its motto. Human beings are made to see the good in the bad, the beauty in the ugly, the positive in the negative. This is a survival mechanism that we have that allows us to exist, to go on, and to continue to surmount obstacles and become even stronger. We go through tragedies and challenges. Humanity always emerges stronger, wiser. When I was young, I used to read nonfiction and history books that talked about the pandemics that humanity had experienced. In fact, my grandparents told me that on their street during the Spanish flu, a horrifying number of people on their street died from the Spanish flu. But I would say to myself, well, that could never happen in our times now because we have modern medicine. Well, I, Madam Speaker, like many others, was in fact perhaps deluded. When COVID was declared a pandemic in continental China, mainland China, who thought that it would go on to become a worldwide pandemic, wreaking havoc and horror? Armchair managers, there are always armchair managers who seem to know, after the fact, of course, how everything should have been done. Now, there were mistakes, missteps, And we will, of course, take stock of all decisions and all mistakes in order to learn from them. But beyond all that, it is essential for us to remember those who were lost. It is essential that we celebrate, that we highlight and commemorate the courage of those who suffered. We must also recognize those who contributed and fought in their own way, contributed to beating the pandemic in order to get back hope, in order to get through COVID. These are the people we need to remember. There are these milestones which in the grand scale of evolution are minor, but when we, humanity, are living through them, they feel incredibly difficult and intense. We have a duty to thank and remember all those whose contributions to fighting the pandemic were invaluable. This brings to mind healthcare members. They were dealing with an unknown and devastating virus, but they stood strong to keep a failing healthcare system going. Their only objective was to save lives, the lives of our loved ones, our spouses, our neighbors, our friends. They worked tirelessly. I'm thinking now of paramedics, personal support workers, doctors, nurses, to name a few. They were all on the front lines. They fought small battles and large battles every day. We can't thank them enough. We also need to thank our guardian angels, asylum claimants who worked in our healthcare systems. Our governments have committed to regularizing their status in Canada. We owe them a lot, and we need to remember their contributions. There were also many other essential workers without whom we wouldn't have been able to get through COVID. They held down the fort. They ensured that our essential needs were met. We had electricity, we had food, we had medication, and these essential workers, they went to work despite their exhaustion and their anxiety. We need to also thank our young people who were exceptionally resilient, and thank everyone in Canada, because we asked everyone to go against their inner nature and isolate. We had to put so many things on hold, and a lot of us will never get back the things we missed out on. Young people, though, after the pandemic, they now have so much life ahead of them. They stayed strong, and the youth of today are our future. And what a beautiful future they are. I've spoken about young people, Madam Speaker, but I would also like to talk about seniors, because they suffered the most from COVID. It's true that we asked a lot of our young people, but what of the sacrifices that seniors had to make? Seniors were already vulnerable, and they were the main victims of the COVID pandemic. They experienced social isolation, illness, tragedy. I see seniors today standing up and becoming strong again with the pandemic behind them. They are resilient. They're still smiling. I commend them for that. And this day of commemoration will give us the opportunity to commend seniors for their resiliency, exemplary resiliency and strength.
De souligner.
It is also important to underline the social cohesion. Those who had to stop their activities and go on living, who sometimes saw their businesses collapse. They lost jobs. They saw their loved ones leave in loneliness and suffering. It is all these sacrifices, large and small, that we must remember during this commemorative day. It is often said, but here we have proved it. Alone we go faster, but together we go further. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as always, it is an honour to stand in this place and represent the constituents of Edmonton Strathcona. Today we are talking about Bill S-209, the Pandemic Observation Day, and it is the bill to make every March 11th a day to remember COVID-19, remember the pandemic. I know all of us in this House remember the day that we were all here in 2020 when it was announced that the House was rising, that we were all going home. None of us expected at that point that it would be years before some of us came back, and certainly it would be a pandemic that we would be dealing with even to this day. And I think as I reflect on this bill and the need for this bill, I think it's very important, and members have said this before me, but I think it's very important for us to take a moment and remember all of those people who died. You know, there were more than 5,600 Albertans who died from COVID-19 to date. I think it's important to recognize that people are still dying from COVID-19 in this country. In 2021, the last year that the data was available, COVID killed more Albertans than heart disease, more than lung disease, stroke, or Alzheimer's disease. More than 50,000 Canadians lost their lives across this country. Madam Speaker, each one of those people had a family, had friends, had loved ones, is a loss. And I think the opportunity for us, for all Canadians, to be able to acknowledge that and to be able to remember those people is very, very important. You know, everyone we know either lost someone they loved or they know somebody who lost somebody that they loved. I think about the grandparents that were lost, the friends, the family. You know, in my own riding of Edmonton Strathcona, more than 100 people lost their lives. At least 50 of them, Madam Speaker, lost their lives in long-term care. I think about what we've lost in our communities, the loss of wisdom, the loss of love, the loss of laughter that we've seen. I think about Edmonton entertainers. I've said this many times, Edmonton Strathcona is the heart of the entertainment sector in Edmonton. Entertainers like Victor Bird and Ricky Lamb will never again step on the stage. They will never enchant audiences again. And I think it's also relevant to remember that it is not over, that in fact, COVID-19 continues to take people's lives. COVID-19 continues to have long-term impacts for so many people. There is a woman in my riding, her name is Kath. She is a powerhouse, an incredible individual. She works very, very hard to find homes for pets that don't have homes through Zoe's Animal Rescue. She was incredibly active before she got COVID. Now she's facing fatigue, she's facing other symptoms. She has to use a walker to get around. So I do think it's important that we have this moment to do this. I also think it's important for us to take a moment to think about the healthcare workers, to think about the teachers. My goodness, remember when the pandemic happened, what we asked our teachers to do and our educators and our staff in our schools, what we asked nurses and paramedics and firefighters and doctors to do. The danger we asked them to put themselves in, the danger we asked them to put their families in. I can't help but think that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to continually remember that, remember those sacrifices, remember what those people did to keep us safe. And not just those people. You know, in Alberta, we also have to remember that there were folks that put their lives on the line and lost their lives because we weren't good enough at taking care of them. You know, I don't know if you all remember, but the meatpacking plants in southern Alberta, where workers lost their lives at Cargill because they were not protected, because we didn't do enough to protect those workers. And that sort of brings me to my next comment that I want to make. this bill is an opportunity for us to remember all those that we have lost. It's an opportunity for us to celebrate the heroes that helped us get through the worst days of COVID-19. But this is also vitally important for us to learn, so that when we see a future pandemic, we don't make the same mistakes. We don't do the same things wrong. And I'm worried that we have not learned some of those lessons. I look at long-term care. The privatization of long-term care resulted in our loved ones, our cherished seniors in our communities, dying, living in unbelievable conditions and dying because we have a system in place that privileges profit over the care of our loved ones. We saw what happened across the country in long-term cares. None of that seems to have changed. We have not fixed those systems. If we had a pandemic tomorrow, I'm not sure that anything would be different. That's very disappointing, and I think it's something that we do need to think about. I think we need to think about how we provided support for people within our communities. I think the CERB was a lifeline. I remember people phoning my office and being desperate. And being able to provide that support was perfect, was a lifeline for so many people. It wasn't perfect. Of course, we were trying to do what we could very, very quickly to get support out. We were pushing the government was trying to do things. But I do think that as we look back on this, we have to think about the ways that it didn't work for certain people. We have to think about the ways that we privileged certain groups. So corporations were able to get money very fast, within days. People living with disabilities took much longer to get support. The House of Commons unanimously supported students not having to pay back their student loans during that time. That was a unanimous motion that I brought forward that every member of this House supported. The government never implemented. And I think the other piece for me that is a worry is how we worked as part of a global community. I stood in this place many, many times and talked about vaccine equity and about how we have a moral obligation to protect people around the world, to ensure that they had access to the same level of care as people in Canada did. And it wasn't just a moral obligation, because of course, every single time we refused to share our vaccines with other populations, with other people in the rest of the world, variants developed. So I do think that's an issue we have. We haven't fixed the systems like the TRIPS waiver. We haven't fixed things like the CAMERA, the Canadian Access to Medicines regime. These are things that are still broken. That given another pandemic, I don't believe that the government has learned the lessons to make sure we don't make the same mistakes. So, as we go forward, a National Day for Pandemic Observance should not only be a time to remember and honor. It needs to be a time to plan, an opportunity to learn. Because if we don't learn, if we don't take this opportunity, we're doing a disservice to the memory of those who lost their lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise le débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavut. Madam Speaker, good evening. I'm pleased to take part in today's debate on Bill C-209, an act to establish a pandemic Memorial Day, although it would have been better if we had never had to go through this and commemorate this dark period in our history. I would first like to highlight International Women's Day. Congratulations to those who have broken glass ceilings, and a special thought goes out to those who are no longer with us because of the violence they suffered. I'll go back to S-209 now. I'll provide some context of this bill, which designates March 11th as Pandemic Memorial Day. S-209 was introduced in the Senate on November 24th, 2021, by Quebec Senator Dr. Marie-Françoise Mégy, and then came to the House last June. It's important to note that this bill does not introduce a new statutory holiday. Madam Speaker, March 11th was chosen as the day of commemoration. And it was March 11th, 2020, that the World Health Organization designated COVID-19 as a pandemic. As we all know, this pandemic, which is not yet completely over, has unfortunately claimed many victims. The current death toll is very high. We're talking about 6.5 million deaths worldwide, over 47,000 in Canadian, and over 17,000 deaths in Quebec. Last March 11th, Canada offered its condolences to victims through statements by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health. Quebec also designated and organized national days of commemoration in 2021 and 2022 to pay tribute to the victims of COVID-19, as well as their families and loved ones. It was also acknowledged the invaluable contribution of all the trades and members of civil society who were on the front line in the fight against COVID-19. March 11th, 2021 was further highlighted with an invitation to share a minute of silence at 1 p.m. The white rose designated as a symbol and commemoration ceremonies were held. March 11th, 2022 was more somber and marked by a symbolic gesture, such as the lowering of the Quebec flag at half-mast at the National Assembly in Quebec and several other cities. Madam Speaker, it's important to commemorate, but we also must learn from this pandemic. Establishing a Pandemic Memorial Day responds to the 27th recommendation of the special report entitled Targeting the Cause of the Crisis, taking action remembering the Quebec Ombudsman on COVID-19 in CHSLDs. The recommendation reads as follows. Propose the establishment of annual commemorations of the victims of COVID-19 and the people who worked directly or indirectly with them in order to remember what they went through in long-term care homes during the first wave of the pandemic, recalling the losses and suffering experienced by these hard-pressed people. Madam Speaker, the Bloc stands in solidarity with all of those in Quebec and Canada who were directly affected or indirectly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. My Bloc colleagues and myself would like to take this opportunity to offer our sympathies to the families affected and also respect to healthcare personnel. As we know, Madam Speaker, the past few years of the pandemic were difficult for all of us. Of course, it was most difficult, for example, for healthcare workers and frontline workers, for those who lost loved ones or who took care of them, or for those who were the hardest hit by COVID-19. Every day, we awaited anxiously for the press briefing by the premiers of Quebec and Canada. Frequently, they announced new instructions to stop the spread of the virus. Everything was changing quickly, and we were all in the dark. But fortunately, we had explanations from scientists who helped to clarify our discussions and answer our questions throughout the pandemic. We are lucky to be able to count on them, as well as the scientists who quickly developed a vaccine. During this period, we had to get used to wearing a mask. We had to get used to disinfecting our hands frequently and to meet in smaller numbers, which affected our holiday celebrations on birthdays, and we also had to isolate because of the lockdown. It was a tough time for single people or lovers who do not live in the same house or country. But, Madam Speaker, I have a special thought for our young people and our seniors. As we know, young people had to make big sacrifices. They were isolated from some of their family members and friends. They were homeschooled, which wasn't always easy. And we know how important it is for young people to have face-to-face social contact as part of their school growth. The pandemic caused a drop in school motivation. And living with your parents and other family members 24 hours a day, not having access to a quiet place to study, or a good internet connection, for many young people also affected their motivation and their academic achievement during the lockdown. The pandemic also had an effect on the psychological health and the financial health of some young people. Adolescents often felt the psychological effects disproportionately of lockdown measures because they had to stop the spread of the virus. According to experts, they came out of the pandemic weakened. There is an increase in anxiety amongst young people, and they're often seen with depressive symptoms. We know that young people are more likely to get information from social media than from traditional sources. Young people have been through quite a tough time. They've seen a lot of sadness, isolation, demotivation, and disruption of their daily routine. And despite the many problems encountered during the health crisis, most young people have shown resilience, and we must be grateful for that. Madam Speaker, I would also like to talk about the reality of our seniors during the pandemic. Studies have shown that the isolation of seniors in residential care during the first year of the pandemic did more damage than COVID-19 itself. Seniors need social interaction and social support networks to be healthy and to feel well-being and satisfaction with their lives. During the first wave, seniors were confined to their apartments or rooms, and for several weeks they were not allowed to eat in the cafeteria, walk around their homes, or receive visits from relatives. They were even prevented from taking their cars. Isolation and loneliness for seniors is a common phenomenon that has a negative impact on their physical and mental health. I'd like to talk about my mother who died during the pandemic in 2020. She was living in a residence and she was isolated in her room. I couldn't go see her. I didn't understand what was happening. I spoke to her on the phone every day, but she was bored and often cried. This isolation disturbed her. She was hospitalized, and I had to cover myself from head to toe with white clothes. She didn't recognize me. And we were wondering if everything would ever go back to normal. We never would have thought that one day the whole world would come to a standstill because of this virus. In closing, the Bloc will vote in favor of S209 because this bill institutionalizes a day that is already customarily established as a day of commemoration since 2021. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to thank those members in the House who spoke so passionately and eloquently in support of this bill. This bill was brought forward, as was said, by Senator Meiji, who is a fellow physician from the Senate, and I have brought it forward to our House. I think that the need to remember is very important. We want to remember under S203. We want to learn. Remembering means, one, we learn from our mistakes. There are so many things we did wrong. We need to learn from them for the next time there is a pandemic. And there are going to be more pandemics because we are now a global world in which everyone travels, everyone moves from place to place, and therefore disease can spread globally very rapidly. So we need to learn from our mistakes. We also need to learn from the things that we did well and maybe do them sooner and maybe deal with them differently. A pandemic is all about science. Science is all about evidence. There is evidence in this pandemic that we need to learn from. So that's one of the reasons for remembering. The second reason for remembering is because we need to honor the frontline workers, the heroes in this pandemic, who went out there, gave their lives, suffered from stress, post-traumatic stress disorder. We now have a problem in our Medicare system because all of our frontline workers are burned out, and they don't want to work anymore because they are so burned out by the trauma of going through this. We want to also remember the victims. We want to remember specifically all of those people who died. We heard everyone eloquently speaking about the seniors, but also about the youth whose education was interrupted, who were alone, who didn't have anyone to turn to, all of the people that were not able to meet together again, families that were disrupted. We need to remember that. We need to remember the 50,000 Canadians who actually died from this particular pandemic. And as I say, we need to remember those things. Now, a day of remembrance is not unknown. We do so with Remembrance Day every November the 11th, because we want to remember World War II, because it was a war that we thought was going to end all wars, and it didn't. And as we are now living through Ukraine, we now remember what we should have remembered and what we should have learned to prevent some of these things from happening and to make sure that they don't continue to happen. Pandemics are like wars. They indiscriminately affect, kill, and wreak destruction in the path of people. They don't pick and choose. And now that we are a world that is together, as the Honourable NDP, my NDP colleague said, this is something that we need to remember, that we are now a global community. We're no longer isolated in our own little nation states. And so the next time there is a virus or bacteria or something that is going to destroy us, we know that it's going to again be a global pandemic. The World Health Organization remembers this pandemic. It recalls this pandemic. It is warning us about future pandemics to come. So if we can learn, if we can remember, if we can honor, then this is what this Pandemic Remembrance Day is all about. So I want to thank those who supported this, my bill from Senator Miggy. Thank you very much.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following. Ms. Fry, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, moves that Bill S-209, an act respecting Pandemic Observance Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health.
Recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Request a recorded division.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 22nd, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, it's kind of like Groundhog Day. I mean, you've seen me come in here every week that we've been sitting this year to drag the government in here, to talk about mental health, to talk about this epidemic that's happening in our country. And Madam Speaker, I was reading, it's not often that you'll hear me quote the Bible in the House of Commons, but talk about the parable of the unjust judge. It's also known as the parable of the inopportune widow, or the parable of the persistent woman. It's one of the parables of Jesus which appears in the Gospel of Luke 18, verses 1 to 8. And it's in it, a judge who lacks compassion is repeatedly approached by a woman seeking justice. Initially rejecting her demands, he eventually honors her request, so he will not be worn out by her persistence. So, Madam Speaker, it's about what it takes to be persistent to get justice. And right now we know in Canada there is no parity with mental and physical health. In fact, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of people that are suffering that aren't getting the help they need. And I will be back, Madam Speaker. I'll be back the next week the House sits
to drag the government here, and I will continue to be in the House of Commons until we get parity between mental and physical health, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you know, it's timely because I got an email from a constituent of mine, and he wrote me that his son is addicted to fentanyl. And Madam Speaker, he cited that he's going to have to make a decision because it's about $300 a day for his son to be in treatment. His son wants to get help. Obviously, his family wants to support him. But he's having to make a decision whether he's going to sell his home and give his son a fighting chance to live, or, Madam Speaker, he's going to have to abandon his son. And we know he's going to have to make a difficult decision. But Madam Speaker, I don't even have it in me to call him. I'm hoping the minister will actually call him because it's an injustice, because if his son fell, broke his back or broke his neck or broke his leg and was hospitalized, Madam Speaker, he'd be taken care of. His father wouldn't have to consider selling his home. He'd get looked after. So this is absolutely a disgrace in a wealthy country like Canada, when we know that countries like Britain and France are spending about 12% of their healthcare budgets on mental health. Canada has still failed to deliver on their mental health transfer. They're $875 million short to date of what they promised to spend. They're bilateral agreements. We still don't know the details of them. So, Madam Speaker, I'm here to talk about a couple of things, but I also want to talk about the frontline health workers that are working right now. And, Madam Speaker, it's really important that we think about them, because it's in the minister's mandate letter to look out for those mental health workers. Right now, we know many of them are underpaid, and I could spend all day talking about them because they're critical to delivering the mental health services to people. In fact, I was in the pool this morning, I met a woman, and she said that here in Ontario, where they're spending about 3% on mental health, far shy of my home province, which is about 9%, that, you know, she said that she's getting a 1% raise for the next 4 years, despite the fact that inflation is way higher, Madam Speaker. And what does she get for thanks? She gets a video from her executive director saying, "Great job, we appreciate you." Like, Madam Speaker, this is absolutely abominable. We need to look out for our frontline service workers. I hope we'll hear some answers today about this government and their promises.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Courtney Alberni for his advocacy for the mental health of Canadians and for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important issue tonight.
Canadians must be able to access timely, evidence-based, culturally appropriate, and trauma-informed mental health and substance use services to support their well-being. Our government believes mental health is health, and we have made mental health key a priority. Nous avons déjà fait.
We have already made historic investments, including $5 billion to provinces and territories through bilateral agreements, nearly $600 million for a distinctions-based mental health strategy for Indigenous people, and $270 million to support the Wellness Together portal. In 2017, our government invested $5 billion over 10 years to improve Canadians' access to mental health services, starting with an initial transfer of $100 million and increasing to $600 million annually until 2027.
The investment is being provided directly to provinces and territories via negotiated bilateral agreements to help them expand access to community-based mental health and addiction services for children and youth, integrated services for people with complex needs, and to spread proven models of community mental health care and culturally appropriate interventions linked to primary health services.
At the outset of the pandemic, we launched the Wellness Together Canada portal so that Canadians could access online information about mental health issues, mental health programs, immediate tech support, and even confidential phone, video, and text counseling sessions with social workers, psychologists, and other professionals.
We also fund the Hope for Wellness helpline, which offers crisis intervention services by telephone or chat, which is available in English and French, or Cree, Ojibwe, and Inuktitut.
On February 7th, we announced an investment of over $198 billion over 10 years to improve health services for Canadians, including in mental health.
To date, we have announced agreements in principle with 9 provinces. Le travail continue.
Work continues towards tailoring agreements with each of these provinces to reflect the needs of patients and workers, tailored to their populations and geographies. We believe that mental health must be an integrated part of the Canadian public health system.
Section 3 of the Canada Health Act references mental health. Our government is fulfilling its commitment to transfer billions of dollars over the coming years to the provinces and territories to support mental health and addiction services through a combination of both increasing the Canada Health Transfer and through $25 billion for 10-year FPT bilateral agreements, which include mental health as one of 4 shared priorities, and further integrating mental health throughout the healthcare system and workforce. Thank you.
The Honourable for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, we know that across the country, governments are turning to trusted community organizations to cope, to deal with services around connecting and recovery. The demands are so complex and they're so high. They've been exacerbated by the pandemic. These organizations are struggling with underfunding, rising costs, and labor market shortages. Now, I know that the national organizations are looking for a Caring for Carers, investing in the mental health of frontline community service workers in this budget. I hope the government will look to that as part of its recovery agenda. And in that, they're looking for $100 million for evidence-based mental health supports for frontline community service workers, to expand immediate access to mental health and substance use health supports for staff, to fund research on best practices, to enhance organizational capacity for building psychologically healthy and safe workplaces. And I hope the government will honor that in this budget. And Madam Speaker, I'll probably see you when we get back, because they've been failing on every promise they've made on mental health. Hopefully they'll deliver before then.
The Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in turn, I'd like to congratulate and thank frontline workers. And like my colleague, I believe it's a complex and critical situation, but our government is fulfilling its commitment to transfer billions of dollars for health and mental health care over the next few years to the provinces and territories through a combination of an increased health transfer and an additional $25 billion through provincial and territorial bilateral agreements over 10 years.
FPT bilateral agreements include an integrated, inclusive approach to mental health in family health services, the health workforce, as well as data and digital tools. These investments will support the health and mental health needs of Canadians and will require provinces and territories to produce detailed action plans.
This approach is the most effective way to integrate mental health and substance use services across the health system, including primary care, and to ensure transparency and accountability.
For North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to rise in this House as the representative of North Okanagan, Shuswap. It is such an honor to have this opportunity to circle back to a question that I didn't consider got an adequate answer when asked the first time, and seek a response that would give hope to seniors and those struggling under the inflationary policies of this government. On February 16th of this year, I put the following question through the Speaker. After 8 years of the Liberal Prime Minister's inflationary policies, seniors cannot afford food. Barry told me that 40 out of 120 seniors at the mission he works at were seniors. People who used to donate food to food banks are having to go to one because they can't afford groceries. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for seniors going without food, or will the Liberals get out of the way so seniors can fix what they have broken and restore seniors' dignity? The response to the question, Madam Speaker, was shameful, claiming that this government has been there for seniors. Well, Madam Speaker, the way this government has been there for seniors has been to allow the out-of-control spending to contribute to inflation rates that we haven't seen in 40 years. Food prices climbing so fast that so many seniors are going to food banks because they can't afford groceries. Another example of how this government has not been there for seniors came to light last week for me while talking to a restaurateur at home in the Shuswap. While talking to this restaurateur, I asked if they had been affected by rising food prices. The owner looked at me and took a step back and gave me the look that she didn't have to say anything. I knew what the answer was. She went on to tell me how she had built a lunchtime clientele from scratch by building it for seniors. She built that business around seniors who often preferred a meal out at lunchtime so they didn't have to drive at night, or it was better for their digestive systems than eating at night. She told me that lunchtime seniors clientele was drying up because of increasing food costs and because of the costs that she had to pass on to customers. Prices, like the case of cauliflower that used to cost her business $35 to $40 a year, now costing $130 to $140. Prices like green beans being $8 per pound. And these are wholesale prices, Madam Speaker. We're seeing even higher prices on grocery store shelves. Madam Speaker, for this government to say they've been there for seniors is truly shameful. What we've seen in the past 8 years from this Prime Minister is that the price of a home has doubled, and average rent prices soared above $2,000 in our 10 biggest cities. Nearly half of all Canadians with variable mortgages will no longer be able to afford those mortgages in 9 months. Canadians are grappling with 40-year high inflation. A quarter of Canadians can't cover an unexpected cost of $500. So, will the Prime Minister take responsibility for seniors going without food, or will the Liberals get out of the way so Conservatives can fix what they have broken and restore seniors' dignity? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I really enjoy this new line by Conservatives, Madam Speaker, where they say, will Liberals get out of the way so we can do the job? It's as though they've completely given up on the democratic process and they realize that they're never going to get elected to the position, so they're just asking the government to step aside so that they can tackle it that way. But nonetheless, I think it's quite rich for the member to go on at great length about the fact that this government has not been there for seniors, when I'll read to you a number of the things that have been repeated so many times in this House that we have done, Madam Speaker. And I remind those that are watching in advance of that Conservatives voted against every single one of these initiatives that we brought forward. So to suggest that, the government hasn't been there, but somehow Conservatives have had the back of seniors, no, Conservatives had much more interest in just playing politics around these issues than actually providing anything of substance. But he's right, Madam Speaker, that the rising grocery costs are a problem, and inflation is a worry on everybody's mind. And while we know that inflation is a global issue, making sure that Canadians can make ends meet is a priority. So in this context, the Government of Canada has stepped in. We have ramped up supports for seniors. In fact, we've made history last July with the new permanent 10% increase to the OAS pension, the first in 50 years for seniors over the age of 75. And thanks to the increase, full pensioners will get more than $800 extra over the first year. That will go a long way towards groceries, Madam Speaker. What's more, eligible seniors haven't had to fill out any forms or take any action to receive the increase. They are automatically receiving it. And because all OAS benefits are indexed quarterly, they maintain their value over time, Madam Speaker, as prices increase. This new historic measure is just one of the ways that we have seniors' backs. But since 2015, as I alluded a few moments ago, Madam Speaker, we have provided a number of measures, and allow me to reiterate what those are. We have increased the guaranteed income supplement for nearly 1 million low-income seniors, single seniors. We've restored the age of eligibility for GIS and OAS from 67. You might remember, Madam Speaker, that member's previous government increased being the qualifying age of being. Imagine paying into these programs your entire working career, and you're planning on retiring at age 65, and then suddenly, just before you get to the finish line, the government of the day says, no, we're actually going to move it to 67 now. Well, we restored it to 65, Madam Speaker. We enhanced the Canada Pension Plan. We reduced income taxes through increases to the basic personal amount. And during the pandemic, we provided seniors with one-time payments to help with extra costs. And finally, Budget 2022 committed an extra $500 to the Canada Housing Benefit and doubled the GST credit for 6 months. So, as the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has said on February 13th, quote, thanks to the measures put in place by our government, hundreds of thousands of seniors have been lifted out of poverty, as have hundreds of thousands of Canadian children. We have done this while maintaining Canada's AAA credit rating and have the lowest deficit in the G7. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Well, again, a non-answer from this Liberal government. They claim to be helping one-time payments that will be swallowed up in half a month's rent because rent has gone up to $2,000 in 10 of our major cities. Grocery costs rising 10%. Just grocery costs. And that's, I don't believe, an accurate number. When I just spoke about a case of cauliflower for a restaurant going from $35 to $40 to $140 per case. Those one-time payments that he talks about are going nowhere, and they're not helping seniors. This government continues to fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I will admit that from time to time I rise in this House and some of the words that come out of my mouth might not be to the satisfaction of the question that was asked by members opposite. But indeed, I would encourage this member to review my answer because I gave a very thorough answer. And these aren't one-time payments. We restored the age of eligibility for GIS and OAS from 67 to 65. We enhanced the Canada Pension Plan. We reduced income taxes. Yes, during the pandemic, there was a one-time payment, but we did so many other things. And for him to cherry pick that one quote, the one data point that I put, and not listen to my complete answer, I think is very telling of where the Conservatives are on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Yes, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax is an absolute failure. You have to measure it by two metrics. I mean, the first metric is, did it reduce carbon emissions? And on that metric, it's absolutely clear it's a failure because carbon emissions have gone up under this Liberal government every single year. So, strike one. The next thing is it supposed to give more money back to Canadian families? Well, the PBO report is unequivocal on this. When you factor in the cost of the carbon tax to the Canadian economy, most Canadian families actually end up behind on the carbon tax. If you factor in things like the cost of the carbon tax on farm families, then you have an absolute unmitigated disaster. So the carbon tax is a complete failure. And the government's plan, this Liberal government's plan, is to increase the carbon tax. It's not stopping climate change, it's not reducing emissions, and it's financially hurting Canadians. And their decision is to increase it. Why is that relevant? I'll give you three statistics. Number one, in my hometown of Orangeville, seniors using the Orangeville Food Bank is up 415% since this government took over. That means that's the number of seniors now, after 8 years of this Liberal government, that say we can't afford to feed ourselves and we're now going to have to go to the food bank to help ourselves out. 25% of Canadian families are saying if we get a $500 expense, we can't pay it. Think of that. That's 1/4 of Canadian families. And what's going to happen? Well, the carbon tax is going to go up and it's going to make it even worse. 45% of Canadian families are within $200 of not making ends meet. $200. This is after 8 years of a Liberal government. This is the wonderful world that they've created. And they're going to say, but wait, we've put in place all these programs, and they're going to list them off. We did this to OAS, we did this to GIS, we did this, we did that. Well, despite all that, the trail towards poverty for Canadians continues. So everything they're doing is not working. In fact, what will make it worse is increasing the carbon tax yet again. Because what does that mean? That means the farmer is paying a higher carbon tax. That means food coming from farms will cost more. The tractor that plows the field, the carbon tax. The truck that picks up the food from the farm to take it to the processing center, carbon tax. From the processing center to the grocery store, carbon tax. To heat the grocery store, carbon tax. So the multiplier effect of the increase in the carbon tax is going to make things even worse for Canadian families. What they're doing isn't working. Their programs are not stopping Canadians from not being able to make ends meet. Will they finally see the light? Will they finally say, we are going to cut the carbon tax so Canadians can pay their bills?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, of Mental Health, Addictions, and Associate Minister of Health. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to share with my colleague how our actions are working and helping Canadians. But first, today is International Women's Day, so I would like to commend the achievements of women in Canada and commend our government on eliminating barriers, systemic barriers.
Meaningful actions to support women, and we can see the results. Our Canada-wide early learning and childcare system is a good example. It is already delivering $10 a day childcare in nearly half of Canadians' provinces and territories, and has reduced fees by at least 50% in all other jurisdictions, with work on track to reach $10 a day across the country in just 3 years. In addition, last year, labor force participation for working-age women in Canada reached a record high 85%. This is something we can all be proud of. Cela dit, Madame la Présidente.
That said, Madam Speaker, we understand that high inflation, which is a global phenomenon, is hurting Canadian families. Many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. They have to make choices at the grocery. They struggle to pay rent. They struggle to pay for gas. But thankfully, inflation is slowly coming down. The OECD predicts that it will come back to target levels by 2024. Inflation in Canada hit 8.1% in June, but it's currently down to 5.9%. This rate is still high, but lower than the rate in many comparable economies. In the Eurozone, it's 8.6%. In the United Kingdom, it's 10.1%.
More Canadians than ever are working. With 150,000 new jobs created in January, our 5% unemployment rate is now close to historical lows. And there are 800,000 more Canadians working today than before COVID hit. That is 126% of COVID-19 job losses recovered, compared to 112% in the US. And Canada had the strongest economic growth since the fourth quarter of 2021 in the G7. Cependant, nous comprenons que de nombreuses familles canadiennes.
We understand that many Canadian families and seniors still need support to make ends meet. That's why we've set aside $12.1 billion for inflation relief and inflation-fighting measures. A lot of that spending will be maintained in 2023 in order to make life more affordable for millions of Canadians.
Our government moved forward with a permanent 10% increase to old age security for seniors 75 and over, which increased benefits for more than 3 million seniors and provides more than $800 in the first year to full pensioners. We also provided a $500 payment to low-income renters who are struggling with the cost of housing.
And thanks to the doubling of the GST credit, a family of four struggling to pay its bills received up to $1,401. Moreover, the Canada Child Benefit, the GST credit, the Canada Pension Plan, the OAS, and the GIS are indexed to inflation. And now I'd like to talk about pollution pricing. because climate change is very real and it has unprecedented impacts on Canadians from coast to coast to coast. So we need to take action. It's an economic necessity. Our pollution pricing system stimulates development of new technology and services, and it's helpful every day.
Pricing system is putting money back in the pockets of Canadian households in provinces where the federal fuel charge applies. In 2022-23, through climate action incentive payments, a family of 4 will receive $745 in
Caledon?
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that the 415% increase in seniors using the food bank, I'm sure those folks are going to be very happy to hear about the Liberal Childcare Program. And speaking of that program, most Canadian families can't access it because there's just not that many spaces. And the other programs she's talked about, I said, those have already been announced. And yet, Canadian families are unable to meet a $500 expense, 25% of them. 45% of Canadians are $200 for not being able to make ends meet, despite all these programs. When will they get it through their head? It's not working. The programs aren't actually stopping any of this. What is actually causing it is the carbon tax, which is running up the price of everything. Cut the carbon tax, groceries are affordable, you're heating your homes affordable, and people will actually be able to make ends meet. Don't talk about a program that's actually done nothing.
Secretary.
Avec le prix sur la pollution, on remet de l'argent.
With our pollution pricing, we are putting money back in Canadian pockets, and our $10 a day daycare helped Canadian women join the workforce again. We have also increased pensions and indexed them to inflation, so all of this gives more money back to Canadians. We are currently working on the Budget 2023. Canadians can rest assured that we will continue to position Canada on track for success, all while ensuring that the most vulnerable receive the supports that they need. We're putting our finances on a long-term sustainable track and protecting the environment too. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.